Dead Man's Footsteps by Peter James. Read by Neil Pearson. If Ronnie Wilson had known, as he woke up, that in just a couple of hours' time he'd be dead, he would have planned his day somewhat differently. For a start, he might not have spent quite so long polishing his shoes or getting the knot of his expensive silk tie absolutely right. He peered through the window across 39th Street, but the realization that it was a fine morning did nothing to lift his spirits. Recently, when people asked him how he was, he'd taken to replying, "My life is shit." The hotel room was shit, too, the cheapest room the W had, but appearances mattered. If you stayed at a W in Manhattan, you were somebody, even if you were sleeping in the broom closet. Ronnie knew he needed to get himself into a more positive mood. People responded to the vibes you gave out, particularly when you were asking for money. Nobody would give money to a loser, not even an old friend. At least, not the kind of money he needed. His fake Bulgari watch, he'd bought it on the internet for £40, but hey, who could tell, told him it was 7:43 a.m. So, time to rock and roll. He placed his Louis Vuitton briefcase, also fake, on top of his overnight bag and, wheeling it behind him, left the room. Emerging from the elevator on the ground floor, he skulked past the front desk. His credit cards were so maxed out, he probably didn't have enough to settle the bill, but he'd worry about that later. Today's meeting, he thought grimly, was the Last Chance Saloon. Sitting on the subway, Ronnie was aware something had gone wrong in his life. Plenty of his contemporaries had gone on to have big successes. They had their big swinging deck houses, their trophy wives, their kids to die for. What did he have? Neurotic Lorraine, who spent the money he didn't have on beauty treatments she didn't need and designer clothes they couldn't afford. The only expenditure of which he'd approved had been her boob job. But of course, he was too proud to admit to her the mess he was in. And, ever the optimist, he always believed there was a solution just around the corner. So now, as the train headed downtown, he mentally rehearsed his pitch. He was here in the hope of convincing his old friend, Donald Hatcook, who was rumoured to have made north of $1 billion in derivatives, whatever they were, that he knew the secret of making money out of the next golden goose. Biodiesel. Sure, Bill Gates and all the other entrepreneurs on the planet were looking for the way forward in the biofuel market, but Ronnie reckoned he'd identified a niche. All he had to do this morning was convince Donald. People said if you hadn't made it by 40, you were never going to. He was coming up to 43. And he was coming to his station, Chambers Street. He wanted to walk the last few blocks to Donald's office. He emerged into the fine Manhattan morning and checked his watch. 8:10. Passing a sign informing him he was now on Wall Street, he entered the packed downtown deli, sat on a red leather bar stool, ordered orange juice and a latte, then gave Lorraine a quick call on her mobile. She wished him luck. 20 minutes later, as he was paying the bill, he heard a massive bang somewhere in the distance. "Jesus, what the fuck was that?" said a guy on the next stool. Ronnie collected his change and stepped out into the street. Donald Hatcook's office was on the 87th floor of the South Tower of the World Trade Center. It was 8:47 a.m. on the morning of September the 11th, 2001. October 2007. Abby Dawson had chosen this flat because it felt secure. Apart from the back fire escape, which could only be opened from inside, there was only the one entrance, and the windows gave her a clear view up and down the street 8 floors below. No one was going to get in unless she invited them. But just in case, she had a canister of mace pepper spray, a hunting knife, and a baseball bat. Ironic, she thought, that the first time in her life she was able to afford a home luxurious enough to entertain guests, she had to live in secrecy. And there was so much to enjoy here. On fine days the sun streamed in, and on blustery days, like today, when she opened a window she could taste the salt on the air and hear the gulls' cries. Only a couple of 100 yards beyond the end of the street was the beach. The only negative was the lift. Claustrophobic at the best of times, Abby never liked to ride in any lift, and this jerky capsule, the size of a vertical 2-seater coffin, was one of the worst she'd ever experienced. So, up until the past couple of weeks, when workmen renovating the flat below had turned the staircase into an obstacle course, she'd walked up and down. On rare occasions she encountered her neighbours, but they were mostly so old they never went out much. And at weekends, this whole wing was so silent it seemed to be inhabited by ghosts. In a way, she was a ghost too. Only leaving her lair after dark, her blonde hair cropped short and dyed black, sunglasses on her face, jacket collar turned up. A stranger in this city where she'd grown up before the travel bug hit her. Now she was back, a fugitive, in hiding. Not even her own mother knew she was back in England. And goddammit, she was scared. She'd come back to Brighton because, and Dave had agreed, this was the one place he wouldn't dare show his face. But she couldn't be completely sure. She had another reason for coming here. Her mother's condition was getting worse, and she needed to find her a well-run nursing home where she could have some quality of life in the remaining years. She'd already identified a beautiful home in the countryside, expensive, but she could afford to keep her mother there now. All she had to do was lie low for a little longer. Suddenly, her phone pinged. Incoming text. And she smiled when she saw who it was from. The one thing that helped sustain her was the texts she received every few days. Absence diminishes small loves and increases great ones. She loved collecting quotations and texted back one she'd saved up. Love is not gazing at each other. Love is staring together in the same direction. For the first time in her life, she'd met a man who stared in the same direction as herself. Right now it was simply a name on a map, a place she went to in her dreams. But soon they'd both be going there for real. They both needed to be patient for just a little longer. Her plan tonight was to catch a film, Atonement, at the Marina Multiplex, so she crushed out her cigarette, drained her glass of Sauvignon, and began her pre-exit checks. First, the window. She peered down through the blinds at the wide Regency Terrace. It was dark enough, with a howling autumn gale blasting rain as hard as buckshot against the window panes. She knew all the cars that were regularly parked down there. The grimy, bird-shit-spattered Golf, the Ford Galaxy people carrier, the little Toyota, an elderly Porsche, the rusty white Renault van with a for sale notice stuck in its window. Nothing to be concerned about there. Window locks in bedroom and living room. Activate timers on lights and television. Blue tack single cotton thread, knee-high, across the hallway inside the front door. Paranoid? Moi? You'd better believe it. She tugged on her long Macintosh, stepped over the thread, unhooked the safety chain, opened the door cautiously, stepped out, and pulled the door shut. Then she opened the fire door to the stairwell and saw that the workmen had left it blocked for the weekend with a whole stack of timber. Cursing, she pressed the lift button. She heard it clanking and jerking upwards, reaching her floor with a jarring clang. The doors opened, she stepped in, the doors closed again, and they lunged sharply downwards. Abby was about to realize she'd just made a bad mistake. Detective Superintendent Roy Grace Seated at his office desk in Sussex House, put down the phone. Shit. At 4:45 on Friday afternoon, his weekend had now gone down the toilet. Or down a storm drain, at any rate. He'd planned to spend tomorrow night in London with Cleo as a treat for her. That would have to be cancelled now. He cursed the control room operator who'd just rung him with the news of the findings in the storm drain. Skeletal remains. Mightn't even be a murder. Could be a suicide, a natural death. It could even be a shop window dummy. That had happened before. Remains like this could have been there for decades, so another couple of days wouldn't have made a sodding bit of difference. He picked up the phone, dialed an extension, and was answered instantly. D.S. Branson. What are you doing? I'm about to go home, old-timer. Wrong answer. We need to look at a body. I'd prefer to go home. So would I. After a mere few seconds, the lift jerked sharply to a halt, swaying from side to side, banging against the walls with an echoing clang like two oil drums colliding. It rocked forward, throwing Abby against the door. Then it plunged sharply again and twisted, throwing her like a busted puppet against the mirror on the back wall. It lurched again before becoming almost still, swinging, the floor tilted at a drunken angle. "Oh, Jesus," Abby whispered. It felt as if the whole damn thing was being suspended by one very thin and frayed thread. The roof lights flickered. There was an acrid reek of burnt electrics, a thin coil of smoke. Abby held her breath. Suddenly there was a rending sound above her. Metal tearing. The lift dropped a couple more inches. She reached out and jabbed her trembling finger hard against the grey metal alarm button. Nothing happened. There was a meagre amount of daylight left when, deep in thought, Grace turned the grey pull-car Hyundai into Trafalgar Street and right alongside the construction company hoarding. Behind it, a rundown area of central Brighton was getting a makeover, transforming two old, largely disused railway goods yards into the New England Quarter, aspirational lifestyle homes and offices. Grace, however, had something bigger on his mind than the human remains they were on their way to, something that was depressing him. Cassian Pugh. On Monday, Pugh would be commencing work at CID headquarters, effectively splitting Grace's duties, and with one big advantage. Detective Superintendent Pugh was Assistant Chief Constable Alison Vosper's blue-eyed boy, whereas he was pretty much her bête noire. Pugh, with his pretty boy good looks, was one of those arrogant men who preened and strutted, always acting as if in charge, even when he wasn't. Quite what Vosper saw in the man, Grace didn't know. The ACC's haste in bringing Pugh down from the Met and promoting him smacked of some agenda. There had been 4 senior investigating officers at Sussex House for the past 5 years. The system was fine. They didn't need any more. Now they had 5, at a time when they were running way over budget. It wouldn't be long before Vosper started reducing the number back to 4, and no prizes for guessing who'd be axed, or rather transferred to the back of beyond. He needed a plan, something that would cause Cassian Pugh to shoot himself in the foot. And at this moment, he didn't have one. "You ever see In the Heat of the Night?" Normally chatty, Glenn Branson hadn't said a word since leaving CID headquarters until now. "No, why?" "It was about a racist cop in the Deep South." "And?" "You could have ruined someone else's weekend. Why mine?" "Because I always target black men. That's what Harry thinks." "You can't be serious." A couple of months ago, Roy had taken Branson in as a lodger when his wife had thrown him out. It had nearly been the end of a beautiful friendship. Now Branson was back with his wife. I'm serious. Listen, Harry has to get real. Branson offered him a piece of gum. Grace accepted. I thought things were better between you and her. So did I. I bought her the fucking horse she wanted. Turns out it was the wrong kind of horse. Through the clunking wiper blades, Grace could see a cluster of digging machines, a police car, blue and white crime scene tape across the construction site entrance, and a very drenched-looking constable in a yellow high-visibility jacket holding a clipboard wrapped in a plastic bag. He parked and got out. Branson followed. Ducking against the rain and howling wind, they changed into their white oversuits and Wellington boots, then, looking like a couple of sperm, signed in. You're going to need torches, the constable said. A second constable led the way across the vast site. They squelched through rutted, sticky mud past a tall crane, a silent JCB digger, and stacks of building materials battened down under flapping sheets of polythene. Then the constable stopped, pointing down into an excavated gully 20 feet below them, at what looked like a partially buried prehistoric serpent with a jagged hole gouged out of its back. The mosaic of bricks, so old they were almost colourless, formed part of a semi-submerged tunnel, the storm drain from the old Brighton to Kemptown railway line. The JCB fractured it earlier today, said the constable. Nobody knew it was there. With Branson and the constable behind him, Grace scrambled down the steep, slippery slope, and suddenly the rounded serpent's body looked a whole lot bigger, the hole as dark as a cave. As he entered the storm drain, he switched on his torch, crinkling his nose at the fetid smell of damp. In here it felt like being in an ancient tube tunnel with no platform. He shone the powerful beam to the left and jumped. "Shit," said Branson, his voice echoing round them. Although Grace had been expecting it, what he saw, several yards down the tunnel, still spooked him. A skeleton, reclining against the wall, partially buried in silt. Long fronds of hair were still attached to the scalp in places, but otherwise it was mostly bare bones, picked or rotted clean, with a few tiny patches of desiccated skin. As he squelched towards it, the skull's inane rictus grin chilled him. And he realized his hand was shaking. Something else about it chilled him too. The hair. Even though the luster had long gone, it was the same length, the same winter wheat colouring as the hair of his long-vanished wife, Sandy. On his 30th birthday, 9 years ago, Sandy had vanished off the face of the earth. He'd been searching for her ever since, wondering every day, every night, what had happened to her. Had she been kidnapped and imprisoned somewhere? Run off with a secret lover? Committed suicide? Been murdered? Was she alive or dead? Every time he encountered an unidentified dead woman remotely in Sandy's age bracket, he wondered if perhaps, this time, it was her. And the skeleton in front of him now seemed to be taunting him, as if to say, "You took your time getting here." Abby stared at the small sign beside the panel of buttons. In red capitals it read, "When broke down, call 013-228-7828 or dial 999. Below was a narrow, cracked glass door. She prized it open and removed the handset. It was dead. She dialed the numbers just in case. Still nothing. Great, she thought. Terrific. She eased her mobile from her handbag and dialed 999. The phone beeped sharply. On the display the message appeared, "No network coverage." "Oh, Jesus, don't do this to me." Then, taking a deep lungful of air, she bellowed, "Hello? Help me, please! I'm trapped in the lift!" She waited. Silence. She pounded hard on the metal doors. The lift swayed alarmingly and dropped a few more inches. "Help me! Let me out!" She held her breath, listening. But all she could hear was silence. 11th of September, 2001. Lorraine Wilson was topless on a deck chair in her garden, soaking up the last of the summer, trying to prolong her tan. Through large oval sunglasses, she looked at her watch, the gold Rolex Ronnie had bought for her birthday and which he'd insisted was genuine. But she didn't believe that. She knew Ronnie too well. 1:50. Nice that he'd called. She missed him when he was away and, knowing he was a womanizer, always wondered what he got up to on his own. But this was a short trip, 3 days, and he was flying back tonight. Smiling, she thought back to those early days 10 years ago when they'd first met. Ronnie knew how to romance a woman all right. He was a master. He'd been putting his life back together after his beautiful but brainless wife had run off to Los Angeles to shack up with someone she'd met in London, a film director who was going to make her a star. Lorraine wasn't a flawless, striking beauty, but had always been, in Ronnie's parlance, a looker. 2 years away from 40, and everything was starting to go south, except for her expensive breasts. Now, she thought gloomily, I'm going to have to do something about the rest of my body. Her stomach resembled a kangaroo's pouch. There were cellulite dimples all over her thighs, and a wasp buzzed around her head. She flapped it away. "Fuck off!" Then her phone rang. She picked up the cordless handset. It was her sister, Mo, and her voice sounded agitated. "Have you got the telly on?" "No, I'm in the garden." "Ronnie's in New York, isn't he?" "Yes, why?" "Something terrible's happened. A plane's crashed into the World Trade Center." October 2007. It was 6:30 p.m. and the rain had worsened. "I suggest we do a brief assessment now, but not start work tonight. These things are always easier in daylight." Joan Major, the forensic archaeologist Sussex police regularly called in to help with identification of skeletons, was a pleasant-looking woman, early 40s, with square modern glasses. "If the skeleton's been there a while, another day won't make much difference." "Good thought," said Grace. They entered the storm drain, Grace leading the way, followed by Joan, and the police search advisor, Ned Morgan, an experienced soccer. All three stopped a short distance from the skeleton, shining their beams on it. Then Joan stepped forward. Grace felt a tight knot in his gullet. He knew the likelihood of this being Sandy was small. And yet, the teeth were all intact, good teeth. Sandy had good teeth. "Is it male or female?" Joan was peering at the skull. "Oh, the slope of the forehead's quite upright, the nuchal crest very rounded. It's normally more pronounced in males." She looked at the left ear cavity. "Again, the mastoid process would indicate female. When we expose the pelvis, I'll be able to say 100%, but I'm pretty sure." She hesitated. There is something of immediate interest. The hyoid bone is broken." "Hyoid?" She pointed to the base of the skull at a bone suspended from a tiny strip of desiccated skin. "You see that U-shaped bone? It keeps the tongue in place. It's a possible indicator of course of death. The hyoid often gets broken during strangulation." "What about age?" "On a quick assessment, 25 to 40. Grace continued to stare at the skull. Sandy was 28 when she disappeared. Abby needed to pee. "No way. I am not peeing. Not that indignity, thank you." She clenched her insides, pressing her knees together, waiting for the moment to pass. She looked at her watch. 1 hour and 10 minutes since she'd stepped into this bloody lift. Why? Why had she been so bloody stupid? She placed her hands on the doors, trying to force her fingers into the center gap. They weren't moving, but the lift swung wildly again. There was another ominous creak above her. She could hear the steady creaking of the cable, the occasional cracking, rending sound of metal tearing. Oh, Jesus, this was ironic. All she'd gone through to be here in Brighton, the risks she'd taken, the precautions to leave no trail. Now this. "Am I the love of your life?" she asked him. "Am I?" "You are." "You're not lying to me, Grace." They'd had a boozy lunch at La Coupole, then ambled along the Seine before returning to their hotel. It seemed the weather was always fine when they were together, like now. Sandy stood over him in their pretty bedroom, blocking the sunlight that was streaming in through the shuttered windows. Her blonde tresses swung down on either side of her face, brushing his cheeks. She kissed his forehead. Then it felt as if the sun had gone behind a cloud. The temperature dropped. The color faded from her face, as if she was sick, dying. He threw his arms around her neck, holding her tightly to him. "Sandy! Sandy!" Her skin was hard. She smelled rancid, of decay, soil, and bitter oranges. He stared into her eyes and screamed. He was holding a skeleton. A skull with perfect teeth was grinning at him. "Sandy! Sandy!" The light changed. Soft yellow. A bed spring creaked. He heard a voice. "Roy?" Cleo's voice. He stared at the ceiling, confused. He was shaking. "Roy, you were shouting." Cleo sat up, her long blonde hair tumbling around her face. She looked at him with a strange expression, as if he'd hurt her. "Sandy." Again. He stared up at her. The same hair coloring as Sandy, the same eye color. But they didn't look at all the same. Sandy was pretty but softer, not classically beautiful in the way Cleo was. He stared at the white ceiling of Cleo's bedroom. She didn't like coming to his house because she felt too much of Sandy's presence there. "Sorry. It was a bad dream." She stroked his cheek tenderly. Eventually he fell back into an uneasy sleep, scared he might dream again. The spasms were getting worse, more and more painful, and at increasingly frequent intervals. Maybe this was what giving birth was like. Her thighs locked against each other, Abby sucked in air. She wasn't going to be able to hold out much longer. She thought about her mother, who'd been incontinent with multiple sclerosis from her late 50s. "I'm not bloody incontinent, just get me out of here, get me out of here, get me out of here." She hissed it under her breath like a mantra, wondering how long you could stop yourself from peeing before your bladder ruptured. Maybe she could urinate into one of her boots, she thought wildly, use it as a container. Her watch said 3:08 a.m. She'd been in this lift for nearly 9 hours now. Maybe she'd be here until Monday if it didn't break free and plunge to the ground first. There were moments now when she actually wanted it to break. The last frayed strand of wire that stood between her and oblivion. It would be a solution to everything. An inelegant one, sure, but a solution all the same. And how ironic would that be? As if in answer, the lights went out. 11th of September, 2001. A house burned down one night in the street where Ronnie Wilson grew up in Brighton. He remembered the noise, the pandemonium, the fire engines. But most of all, the smell. There was the same smell in the air now. A sharp, pungent stench of burning paint, charring paper, singeing rubber, and acrid gases from melting vinyl and plastics. A choking reek that stung his eyes and made him want to cover his nose. He stood still, like everyone else. A surreal moment of silence in the Manhattan morning, as if someone had hit the freeze-frame button on all the people in the street. But the cars kept moving. People stared, gazing up. Rising above the skyscrapers a few blocks ahead was a dense plume of black smoke. A building was on fire. Then his heart sank as he realized which building. The World Trade Center. He heard the wail of a siren getting louder, deafeningly louder. A blue and white NYPD patrol car hurtled past on the wrong side of the road. "Oh my God! Oh my God!" a woman behind him was saying. "Oh Jesus, it hit the tower!" Ronnie turned. "What happened?" "A plane! A fucking plane! It hit the fucking tower! I can't believe it!" "A plane? It hit the tower! The fucking tower!" There was another siren now. A deep honking sound. A fire tender. Great, he thought. Oh, bloody great. The morning I have my meeting, some fucking jerk crashes his plane. Then the plume thinned for a few moments. Through it, standing tall against the brilliant blue sky, was the black and white radio mast. The North Tower. He felt relief. Donald Hatcook's office was in the South Tower. He looked at his watch. Shit. 8:55. He needed to be punctual. Donald only had an hour before he needed to catch a plane to Wichita. Or was it Washington? 1 hour to pitch to him and save his business. He heard another siren. Shit. There was going to be fucking chaos for sure. He had to get to that meeting. Had to. Towing his bags behind him, Ronnie broke into a run. October 2007. There was an unpleasant smell that hadn't been here yesterday. A putrefying animal, probably a rodent. Grace had noticed it when he first arrived, shortly before 9 a.m. The storm drain was now a hive of activity. In the chiaroscuro of shadows and brightness thrown by the lights that had been rigged up, soccos in white suits were dispersed along the tunnel on their hands and knees, searching inch by inch through the mulch for shoes, clothes, jewelry, any scrap, however small, that might have been on the victim when she'd been put down there. Joan Major was sketching the exact position of the skeleton in relation to the drain and the silt. A short distance away, Grace watched the rain teeming steadily in through the broken section. He'd decided to make do with a light team over the weekend, then gear up on Monday. He'd given Branson the weekend off. There wasn't the urgency that would apply if the death had been more recent, and Monday morning would be soon enough for the first press conference. "Roy?" The forensic archaeologist interrupted his thoughts. "Yes?" She pointed at the jaw. "There's evidence of some dental work, white fillings, which tend to be more expensive. Could be she went to a private dentist, which might narrow it down." She pointed to a top left tooth. "And there's a cap on one maxillary incisor." Grace's nerves began jangling. Sandy had chipped a front left tooth on one of their first dates, biting into a fragment of bone in a steak tartare, and had later had it capped. "And you're fairly sure she was about 30? "Yes, my hunch is not much more. Could even be younger." Roy remained silent. Sandy had disappeared when she was 28. The same hair. A capped tooth. "You okay, Roy? Look as if you've seen a ghost." He snapped his focus back. "Yes. Fine." 11th of September, 2001. Ronnie hurried down West Broadway, crossing Murray Street, Park Place, then Berkeley Street. The World Trade Center was in front of him now, on the far side of Vesey Street, two silver monoliths rising sheer into the sky. The smells from the fire were much stronger, and sheets of curled burning paper were floating in the air, while debris tumbled down and smashed to the ground. Through the dense black smoke he could see crimson, as if the tower were bleeding. Flashes of bright orange. Flames. Jesus, he thought, this cannot be happening. People were staggering out of the entrance, looking dazed, staring upwards. He hesitated. It didn't look safe to go any further, but he needed that meeting, needed it desperately. Then he heard the scream of a jet aircraft. He looked up again, and a second later, before he'd time to register intelligibly what he was seeing, came an explosion. A metallic thunderclap boom, like two cosmic dustbins colliding. A sound that seemed to echo in his brain and go on echoing. Then a massive ball of orange flames and black smoke erupted from near the top of the South Tower. For one fleeting instant, he was struck dumb by the sheer beauty of the colours, the orange, the black, the rich blue of the sky. It seemed as if 1,000,000,000 billion feathers were floating unhurriedly in the air around the flames in slow motion. Then the reality slammed into him. Slabs of wood, glass, chairs, desks, phones, filing cabinets were bouncing, shattering on the ground in front of him. To his numb horror, Ronnie realized that this was the South Tower. Donald Hatcook's office was here, the 87th floor. What the hell was happening? Oh, Jesus Christ. Ronnie's brain was telling him there wasn't going to be any meeting. While one plane hitting the Twin Towers was an accident, two was something else. Two was badly not right. Why today? Why not some other fucking day? Why did this have to happen today? He heard a dull thud, like a sack of potatoes falling, felt a wet slap on his face. He saw something white and ragged roll across the ground toward him. It was a human arm. Something wet was sliding down his cheek. He shot his hand up to his face and looked at his fingers. They were smeared in blood. His stomach heaved like wet cement in a mixer. He turned away and threw up where he stood. Sirens were wailing all around, everywhere. Sirens, screams, cries, the overhead chop of helicopter blades. He looked up. Flames, smoke, and ant-like figures tumbling in freefall. People the size of toy soldiers were raining from the sky. He saw a plump man in a suit land on his back and explode. October 2007. You're meant to be bloody luminous, damn you! In the pitch, bitumen-black darkness, Abby brought her watch right to her face, and still she couldn't see a damn thing. Curled up on the hard floor, she'd a feeling she might have slept, but she'd no idea for how long. Was it day or night? She hauled herself to her feet. Her mouth was parched. The reek of stale urine was growing stronger. Some time after the lights went out, she'd peed into her boot, as best she could. She struck the side of the lift. "Hello?" She banged again, and again. Felt the lift swaying. Suddenly, she heard a sharp beep-beep. Her phone. She fumbled for her handbag. Her phone was working. There was a signal. And there was a clock on the phone. Of course, she'd totally forgotten. She pulled it out and stared at the display. New message. She clicked it open. No caller identified, but the words were clear. I know where you are. The Sockos had so far found a few rodent skeletons, but nothing of interest. Either the dead woman's clothing had been removed before she was deposited here, or it had been washed away, rotted, or taken for animals' nests. Grace shivered. Although he had on a heavy knit pullover, thick jeans, and lined boots under his paper suit, the damp in the storm drain and the rain outside were getting into his bones. His phone rang. Grace. His heart sank immediately as he heard the dentist's drill voice of Detective Superintendent Cassian Pugh, the slimeball from the Met. Roy, hello. Alison Vosper suggested I call you, see if you needed a hand. Well, that's very kind of you, Cassian, but no, the body's intact. I've got both her hands here. There was a silence. Then Pugh made a sound like a man who started to urinate against an electric fence. Oh, very funny, Roy. After an awkward silence, he added, Got all the Sockos you need? We're managing very well, thank you. Good. I'll let Alison know. Actually, I'll let her know. If I need your help, I'll ask her. But I thought you weren't starting until Monday. Oh, absolutely correct, Roy. Alison simply felt that helping you out might be a good way to get my eye in. I appreciate her concern, Grace managed to say before he hung up, boiling with rage. 11th of September, 2001. Ronnie Wilson stood transfixed, watching something he couldn't comprehend. Stuff was raining from the sky onto the plaza. Office desks, chairs, glass, framed photographs, sofas, computer screens, filing cabinets, lavatory seats, wash basins, A4 paper like confetti. And bodies. Bodies falling and disintegrating as they landed. He felt he was watching the end of the world. It seemed that every fireman and police officer in New York was running into the Twin Towers. An endless stream entering, barging past the endless stream of bewildered men and women staggering out, covered in dust, contorted by shock. Then came the earthquake. A gentle vibration beneath his feet to start with, then more vigorous, so that he had to grip the handle of his bag hard for support. Suddenly, the zombies emerging from the South Tower started running. And Ronnie saw why, but thought it was an optical illusion. It had to be. The entire building was collapsing in on itself like a house of cards. A police car was suddenly flattened, then a fire engine. A dust cloud like a desert sandstorm rolled towards him. He heard thunder. Rolling, rumbling, surround sound thunder. People disappeared under masonry. The thunder was numbing his ears. This wasn't possible. The fucking tower was coming down. People were sprinting past him, running for their lives, their faces etched into masks of panic. He saw the black cloud rising, tumbling toward him like a tidal wave. Gripping the handle of his bag, he turned and ran, not knowing where he was going, running to keep ahead of the black cloud he could hear thundering in his ears, running for his life. October 2007. Abby fumbled in the darkness for her phone to bring a small but welcome ray of light into her unstable, swaying prison cell. The time on the display read 1:32 p.m. She tried 999 yet again, but the feeble signal had gone. Again she read the text that had come through. I know where you are. There was only one person who could have sent it. But how the hell did he have her number? That was what really worried her. It was a pay-as-you-go phone, bought for cash, to keep in touch with her mother in Eastbourne, while pretending to her that she was still abroad. Almost as importantly, she could keep in touch with Dave. It was hard being apart for this long from someone you loved. She looked at the display again. The words scared her more and more. Was he in the building? Was he responsible for trapping her like this, using the time to break into her flat? What if he was in the flat now, searching? What if he found... Coils of fear spiraled inside her. She must have been mad to have agreed to this. If ever there had been a moment in her life when she'd willingly have traded all she had just to turn the clock back, it was now. It was Abby's roommate, Sue, who'd inadvertently changed her life. They'd met working in a bar on the Yarra waterfront in Melbourne and became friends. Like Abby, Sue had gone to Australia in search of adventure. One evening, a year ago, Sue told Abby that a couple of good-looking blokes had been in the bar chatting to her. They said they were going to a barbie on Sunday and to come along and to bring a girlfriend. Having no better offers, they went. The barbecue was at a cool penthouse apartment with fine views across the bay. There were a couple of dozen other people there. The men looked like extras from a gangster film, and the women, dripping with bling, all seemed to have stepped straight out of beauty salons. But she barely noticed them, because she'd been instantly smitten by her host, Dave Nelson. Dave was tall, lean, in his mid-40s, with a rich tan and a world-weary face. All afternoon he moved around the apartment with an easy animal grace, lavishly sloshing out Krug from Magnum bottles. He was tired, he said, because he'd been playing poker for 3 days around the clock in an international tournament, the Aussie Millions, at the Crown Plaza Casino. Abby had never played poker, but that night, after the guests had gone, he'd sat her down and taught her. She'd liked the attention, liked the way he looked at her, told her how beautiful she was. She loved the stories about his travels and how he'd made his fortune dealing rare stamps and playing poker, mostly on the internet. Abby had always been attracted to older men, and this guy, who seemed so tough yet was passionate about tiny, delicate, beautiful stamps, fascinated her. A couple of weeks later, she moved in. Sue had done her best to dissuade Abby, pointing out that he'd a somewhat uncertain past and a reputation as a ladies' man, or, put more crudely, was a serial shagger. But Abby had ignored all that. She enjoyed meeting Dave's, to her, glamorous and interesting circle. Big money always had an allure for her, and these people were all big spenders. When a friend of Dave's was arrested on 3 murder charges, she was appalled, but couldn't help feeling a frisson of excitement. Then another was shot dead in his car. She realized she was now part of a very different culture from the one she'd grown up in, and it was the biggest turn-on of her life. At the same time, she began to wonder what else Dave was up to. One morning, she overheard him on the phone telling someone that trading in stamps was a great way to launder money, to move it around the globe. She didn't like that so much, and she realized that after several months with him, she knew no more about his past than when she'd first met him, other than that he'd had 2 previous wives and both his divorces had been painful. Then one day, he dropped a bombshell. The target's name was Ricky. Abby had met him at parties, good-looking, in his 40s, very self-assured and slightly mysterious. Like Dave, he knew how to talk to women, and he was also involved in stamps in a big way. But not all the stamps were his own. £4 million worth, to be precise. There was some dispute over their ownership. Dave told her that he and Ricky had made a deal to split the proceeds 50-50, but now Ricky was reneging and wanted 90%. When she asked Dave why he didn't go to the police, he'd smiled. Police were off limits for both of them. Anyhow, he had a much better plan. 11th of September, 2001. Ronnie had been running for maybe a minute when day changed to night, as if there'd been an instant eclipse of the sun. He was suddenly stumbling through a choking, stinking void with the sound of thunder in his ears. It was as if someone had emptied 1 billion tons of foul-smelling, bitter-tasting black and grey flour into the sky directly above him. It stung his eyes, filled his mouth. He swallowed some and coughed it back up. Grey shapes like ghosts swirled past him. The ground was moving, vibrating, quaking, as if some giant monster was breaking free from the belly of the earth itself. "Have to get out of here. Away from here." Then suddenly the rumbling stopped. The thunder stopped. The ground wasn't vibrating anymore. The sirens stopped too. He felt elation. He was okay. He was alive. People were walking now, more orderly, some limping, some holding on to each other. Some had glass in their hair. Blood was the only colour in an otherwise grey world. "This is not happening," a voice near him said. "This is so not happening." More people trudged past, an endless line, all in white and grey, like an old war movie. He followed them. October 2007. The lift was moving. Abby felt the floor pressing against her feet. It was rising, jerkily, as if someone were hauling it up by hand. Then it stopped sharply. She heard a thud, followed by the sloshing of liquid. Shit. Her boot had fallen over. Her latrine boot. The lift swayed suddenly. There was a massive bang on the roof. Something struck it with the force of a sledgehammer. The sound hurt her ears. There was another bang, then another. Christ! Was he up there? Ricky? Trying to smash his way into the lift to get her? She pulled out her phone. The light came on and she could see an indent in the roof. Then another bang. The indent grew larger. Then silence. A long silence. She was thinking, desperately. What could she use as a weapon when he broke through? She had pepper spray in her bag, but that would only stall him for a few moments. Suddenly the lift began to rise again, before stopping with another sharp jerk. The grinding sound of metal against metal. Then the tip of a crowbar screeched in through the crack between the doors. 11th of September, 2001. Ronnie still held tightly onto his suitcase handle. Miraculously, his briefcase still rested on top. He followed an endless line of grey figures, women and men with hollow, blank faces, stumbling through the grey fog that stung his eyes and choked his mouth and nostrils. He followed, towing his bag, keeping pace. The girders of a bridge rose on either side. The Brooklyn Bridge, he thought. He'd lost track of direction, lost trace of time. Only followed the grey ghosts. For one fleeting instant he smelled the tang of salt, then the burning smells again, aviation fuel, paint, rubber. The reality of what had happened was starting to hit him. New York was under some kind of terrorist attack, that much was obvious. Hopefully Donald Hatcock was okay. But what if he wasn't? The business plan he'd created was awesome. They stood to make millions in the next 5 years, fucking millions. But if Donald was dead, what then? Why fucking today? There were jagged, high-rise silhouettes in the distance. Brooklyn. He'd never been in Brooklyn before, only seen it across the river. It was getting nearer with every step. The air was getting better too. Salty sea air. Thinning mist. He stopped and turned back. Manhattan looked as if it were on fire, shrouded in a pall of grey, brown, white and black smoke clouds billowing up into the deep blue sky. He rejoined the procession of ghosts, following them down an incline to the end of the bridge and onto a road where they seemed to disperse in different directions. Suddenly a thought struck him, and as it took hold, he wanted some peace and quiet. Turning off, he walked along a deserted side street, the wheels of his bag still bumping along behind him. Totally absorbed, he walked through almost empty urban streets for a long time before finding himself at the entrance ramp to a highway. Then he heard the rumble of an engine and a red pickup truck stopped alongside him. A man in a Yankees baseball cap peered out the window. "You okay? You want a ride, buddy?" Ronnie stopped, startled. A ride? Did he want a ride? And where to? He wasn't sure. Where are you going?" "Shit, man, gotta get away. There's more friggin' planes, maybe more." He was an old guy with a turkey neck, his face wizened and kind. "Jump in. I'll give you a ride." Ronnie climbed into the front. The news was on, loudly. A woman was saying that Wall Street and Battery Park were impassable. The driver handed him a bottle of water. Ronnie drained it gratefully. "I cleaned the windows, right? The center? All my stuff's in the South Tower, you know what I'm saying?" Ronnie didn't, not exactly. He was only half listening. "Right." The truck moved forward. "Gotta get away. They hit the Pentagon. There's 10 fucking planes up there coming at us right now. This is huge. Huge! It's only beginning. Arabs done this. Lucky we got George W." Ronnie said nothing. They were heading along an elevated freeway. "You okay? You not hurt or nothing?" Ronnie didn't reply. He was deep in thought again, working through the idea. A crazy idea, but it wouldn't go away. And the more he thought about it, the more he wondered if it might have legs. He switched his phone off. October 2007. Abby watched the crowbar jerking left, then right, levering the doors apart. Cold terror flooded through her as light spilled in. Pressing down on the trigger of her pepper spray canister, she launched herself forward, straight into powerful arms that grabbed her, yanking her out onto the landing. She wriggled desperately, trying to break free. Fuck you! Let me go!" "It's all right, it's okay, darling." Not any voice she recognized. He was holding her in a grip like a vice. Green overalls with fluorescent stripes. "It's okay, miss, calm down, you're safe." A face beneath a fireman's yellow helmet smiled at her. "You're all right, love. You're safe." 2 firemen stood on the stairs with the elderly Polish caretaker. She looked at him. "Don't you check the bloody thing?" "It's the managing agents," he grumbled. "They're no good. I speak to them about this lift for months. A water bottle was put in her hand. She drank in greedy gulps, spilling some down her chin. "How long you been in there, darling?" her rescuer said. "Since yesterday evening." "I'd better get you to hospital for a checkup." That panicked her. No, I'm fine, really, thank you. I don't need hospital." She looked at her fallen-over boots in the lift and at the damp stain on the floor. It must reek in there. I thought it was going to plunge, you know. At any moment, I thought I was going to be... Nah, there's no danger. Got a shattered pulley, but it wouldn't have fallen. You should eat something light, soup or something. I'll come with you, make sure you're all right. She thanked him, looking at her mace spray, wondering why it hadn't fired. She realized she hadn't flipped the safety lock. She dropped it in her bag and, holding her boots, climbed the stairs, thinking. Had Ricky sabotaged the lift? Was that too far-fetched? They reached her front door, then, after thanking the fireman again, she let herself in warily, securing the safety chain behind her. Everything was fine. No one had been there. She went to the kitchen and had just grabbed a Kit Kat out of the fridge when the doorbell rang. Nerves jangling in case this was Ricky, she hurried to the front door and peered through the spy hole. A slight, thin-faced man in his early 20s and wearing a suit was standing there. Who the hell was he? A Jehovah's Witness? She unlocked the door and opened it a few inches. Catherine Jennings? Catherine Jennings was the name under which she'd rented the flat. Yes? Kevin Spinella from the Argus. Could you spare a couple of moments? Sorry. She tried to push the door shut, but it was wedged open by his foot. I'd just like a quick quote. I'm sorry, I've nothing to say. So you're not grateful to the fire brigade for rescuing you? No, I didn't say... Shit. He was writing that down on his pad. Look, I understand you've had an ordeal. Would it be okay to send a photographer around tomorrow morning, perhaps? No, it wouldn't, and please remove your foot. Did you feel your life was in jeopardy? Thank you, I'm very tired. Right, I understand. He removed his foot. I'll pop back tomorrow, about 10. No, I don't want any publicity. Firmly, she pushed the door shut. Shit, that was all she bloody needed. Her photo in the paper. The man seated in the rear of the old white van parked in the street below popped the tab of a can of Foster's. Through the lens inserted into the tiny hole he'd drilled into the van's roof, he normally had a perfect view of her flat, although it was partly obscured at this moment by a parked fire engine. Still, he thought, it relieved the monotony. 11th of September, 2001. Lorraine Wilson, still wearing nothing but her bikini bottom and a gold ankle chain, sat in her kitchen, watching the small television mounted above the work surface. Half a dozen cigarette butts lay in the ashtray in front of her. She just lit another as she held the phone to her ear, talking to Sue Klinger, her best friend, but not taking her eyes off the screen. They were replaying the images of the two planes striking the towers over and over. It was as if whoever was directing this program couldn't believe it either. She watched the dense black clouds, feeling sicker and sicker. Now they were showing the towers coming down again. First the south, then the north. Lorraine? Hello, you still there? Yes. Ronnie's a survivor. He'll be okay. Survivor. Oh shit, Ronnie, you'd better be. She looked down and saw the uneven line of bruises, some almost gone now. Ronnie was clever. He always hit her in the body, never her face. Always cried and begged forgiveness after one of his increasingly frequent drunken rages. And she always forgave him. Forgave him because she was terrified of losing him. Because she loved him. The driver talked non-stop. He was like a television in a bar with the volume irritatingly high that you couldn't switch off. Ronnie was trying to listen to the news coming out of the pickup truck's radio, but as the man was being kind, giving him a ride, he could hardly tell him to shut up. So he sat there, nodding, and occasionally saying, yep, or no shit. Inside Ronnie's mind, his plan was coming together steadily. They were gliding along a wide, silent street. It looked like a prosperous area, pleasant and tranquil. They passed a road sign, Ocean Parkway. Where are we? Brooklyn. Ah, right. Still Brooklyn. They crossed an intersection, then suddenly were driving along beneath the dark green L train overpass. Russians! Whole fucking area's Russian now. Russian? The driver pointed to a row of storefronts, a nail studio, the Shostakovich Music, Art and Sports School, a pharmacy sign in Cyrillic. Little Odessa, huge fucking colony. Didn't used to be, not when I was a kid. Now they all come here. Whole world's changing, you know what I'm saying? Ronnie was tempted to tell the man that the world had once changed for the Native Americans too, but he didn't want to get thrown out. So he simply said, "Yep." They made a right into a residential cul-de-sac. At the far end was a boardwalk and a beach beyond that, then the ocean. This was Journey's End. Brighton Beach. Good place. Be safe from the planes here. Ronnie unclipped his seatbelt and shook the man's calloused hand. Be safe, buddy. You too. You bet. Ronnie opened the door and jumped down. There was a tang of sea salt in the air, and a faint smell of burning aviation fuel. He walked onto the boardwalk with almost a spring in his step and stared at the vast expanse of rippling green-blue ocean. His plan still needed a lot of work, but he felt excited, elated. Not many people in New York on the morning of 9/11 punched the air in glee. But Ronnie Wilson did. October 2007. Abby stared through a gap in the blinds at the street below. Her packed suitcase was by the door. She looked at her watch. 8:55 a.m. In 5 minutes, she'd make the call. Fear swirled inside her. I know where you are. He was out there somewhere, waiting, watching, and angry. Had he done something to the lift? Would he have known what to do? Yes, he'd been a mechanic once. He could fix things. Yesterday, Sunday, the caretaker, Tomasz, had come to apologize. He'd explained that the workmen must have overloaded the lift and damaged the pulley system. But he wasn't able to explain why the alarm system, which should have rung through to his flat, had failed. I know where you are. Rain rattled on the roof, and the white van rocked in strong gusts of wind. Although he was well wrapped up, he was still cold in here. At least he had a comfortable mattress, books, music on his iPod, and there was a public toilet on the promenade out of sight of any CCTV cameras. Sex, he'd once read in a book, is the most fun you can have without laughing. The book was wrong. Revenge could be fun too. The van still had the for sale note on a strip of cardboard stuck in its window, although actually he'd bought it for £350 cash over 2 weeks ago. He knew Abby was sharp and had observed her checking the vehicles daily. No point in removing the sign and alerting her to any change. It was the perfect parking spot. The van had a valid tax disc, MOT, and residence parking sticker, and he could see every window of her flat from here. He could have murdered a Starbucks latte, but he didn't dare leave his observation post. There was only one way out of her building, through the front door. He had a feeling she was up to something. Finding her had been hard enough, with one piece of luck on his side, an old friend in the right place. Well, actually the wrong place, because Donnie Winters was in Ford Open Prison for identity theft and fraud, and it had cost him for the bungs Donnie said he would need. And he'd been right, of course, in his hunch. All women called their mums, and Abby's mum was sick. Abby thought she'd be safe, calling from a pay-as-you-go mobile. Stupid cow. Stupid, greedy cow. He smiled at the GSM 3060 Intercept which sat in front of him now. If you were in range of either a mobile making a call or the recipient, you could listen in and see the caller number, even if it was withheld. He'd simply camped out in a rental car close to her mother's Eastbourne flat and waited for Abby to ring. He hadn't had to wait long. Then it had taken Donnie one call to a bent mate who worked on an installation team rigging mobile phone radio masts. Within 2 days he'd established that the pattern of signals from Abby's phone showed she barely went out of range of a Vodafone macro cell sited at the junction of Eastern Road and Boundary Road in Kemptown, a short distance from Marine Parade. This made it simple to identify the group of streets in which she must be residing. Within 3 days, he'd spotted her going into a newsagent on Eastern Road, then followed her back. It had been tempting to grab her then and there, but too risky. There'd been people around. All she had to do was shout and game over. That was the problem, the hold she had on him. And she knew it. As he flipped through the pages of the Daily Mail, he heard a beep from his interceptor, a sharp, high-pitched beep, followed by another. The bitch was making a call. Global Express, Jonathan speaking. How can I help you? Jonathan sounded like he'd be better suited helping young men into trousers in a gents' outfitters. Hi, Abby said. I have a package I need delivered. No problem at all. Would that be letter size, parcel size, larger than that? An A4 envelope about 1 inch thick. No problem at all. And where would that be going? To an address outside Brighton. No problem. And where would we be picking up from? From Kemptown. No problem. How soon can you collect? 1 moment. We can collect between 4 and 7. She thought quickly. If the weather remained like this, it would be fairly dark by about 5. Will you be sending a bike or a van? For overnight it will be a van. Could you ask them not to come before 5:30? Let me check. There were some moments of silence. Then Jonathan was back. No problem at all. There'd been a regime change at Sussex House. Since the recent departure of the amiable but lax Detective Chief Superintendent Gary Weston, who'd been promoted to Assistant Chief Constable in the Midlands, pipe-smoking, no-nonsense Jack Skerritt was making his presence felt throughout the place. Skerritt, former commander of Brighton and Hove uniform, combined old-school toughness with modern thinking, and Grace respected him. Skerritt didn't give a stuff for political correctness. He saw his role as being to make the streets of Sussex safe places for law-abiding citizens, and how he did it was his business. This weekly meeting was Skerritt's biggest innovation so far. It was 2 minutes after 10:30 when Grace entered Skerritt's spacious domain. Like his own new office, he'd recently been moved from one side of the building to the other. It had a view over the Asda supermarket, but there the similarity ended. While his just had room for his desk and a small table, Skerritt's cavernous room accommodated, as well as his large desk, a rectangular conference table. To his dismay, he saw Cassian Pugh seated there, along with the rest of the SIOs and senior command team members. Grace took the only empty seat, muttering apologies for being late. "Good of you to make it, Roy," said the Detective Chief Superintendent, who was a stickler for punctuality. "Right. Business." Someone passed Grace a printed agenda, and Skerritt steered them through the items at a brisk pace. When he reached any other business, Skerritt suddenly turned to him. "Roy, I'm making a few changes in the team." For a moment, Grace's heart sank. Was the Vosper Pugh conspiracy finally showing its colours? "I'm giving you major crime." Grace wondered if he'd misheard. Major crime? "Yes, I've given it some thought. You keep your SIO roles, but I want you to head major crime, be my number 2. Grace could hardly believe his ears. He was being promoted. A big step up. Pugh looked as if he'd bitten into a lemon. "Thank you, Jack. I'm delighted. Is Alison Vosper okay with this?" "Leave Alison to me." Skerritt turned to Pugh. "Cassian, welcome aboard. Roy's going to have his hands full with his extra workload, so I'd like you to take on his cold case files. You'll be reporting to him." Grace had trouble suppressing a grin. Pugh's permatan seemed suddenly to have faded. The meeting ended on target at exactly 11:30. As Grace was leaving, Pugh intercepted him in the doorway. "Roy, Alison thought it a good idea if I sat in at your press conference and evening briefing today. Okay with you?" No, Grace thought, not okay with me. "I think it might be better use of your time to familiarize yourself with the cold case files." Then he spent a few moments thinking how very pleasant it might be to stick hot needles into Pugh's testicles. But it seemed Jack Skerritt had already done that for him. Grace kept the press briefing short. He concentrated on getting a few key messages across, the age of the woman and an estimate of how many years she might have been down that storm drain, in the hope that family or friends might come forward. He added that whoever had murdered her probably had a good local knowledge of Brighton and Hove. As he left the conference room, Kevin Spinella from the Argus waylaid him in the corridor. "Detective Superintendent, a word?" Grace wondered if perhaps Spinella had heard about his promotion. It should have been impossible, but Spinella always seemed to know of any incident ahead of everyone else, and Grace suspected he had an informer somewhere inside Sussex Police. "Nothing to do with this," the young reporter said, "but something I thought I ought to mention. Saturday evening I got a call from a contact in the fire brigade. They were going to rescue someone stuck in a lift in Kemp Town." "Boy, do you have an exciting life." "Yeah, all go. But the thing is, this woman they freed, well, I got a nose for a story, you know what I mean? Look, I'm in a rush. Yeah, okay, I just wanted to alert you, that's all. I felt something wasn't right." "In what way?" "She was very agitated." Well, it's not surprising if she'd been stuck in a lift. "No, not that kind of agitated. She was frightened about something. Refused to answer the door next day when the paper sent a photographer round. I'd say she was in hiding." Grace nodded. There were a million things could make you agitated, but being agitated wasn't enough reason for the police to call. "What's her name and address?" He dutifully wrote down Catherine Jennings and the address on his pad. He'd get someone to run it through PNC and see if the name got flagged. Then, as Roy pressed his card against the security panel to step into the major incident suite, Spinella called after him. "Oh, and, Detective Superintendent?" He turned. "Yes?" "Congratulations on your promotion." 11th of September, 2001. Ronnie stood on the deserted boardwalk. Shit, what a day. What a fuck of a day to pick to be here. And now Donald Hatcook might be dead. An awful lot of people might be fucking dead. He realized he'd left his passport back at his hotel. However, that could be helpful, perhaps. In the distance, to his right, he could see Coney Island Amusement Park. Nearer was a parade of shops, all with Russian signs, lining the boardwalk. He began walking towards them, towing his bag behind him, then stopped when he reached one of those "You Are Here" maps, headed Riegelman Walkway, Brighton Beach. Despite all that was going through his mind, he grinned. Home from home, sort of. He looked at his watch. Nearly midday. He felt in need of a drink, and up ahead he saw a sign. Moscow Bar. It was almost empty and felt gloomy. There was a long wooden counter where a couple of men, heads shaven, who looked like heavies from a Bond movie, sat on bar stools. Shot glasses sat in front of them, along with a bottle of vodka, and they were mesmerized by a television on the wall. Ronnie began watching as well. It was impossible not to. A fireman was weeping, cradling his face in his hands, his helmet covered in grey snow. "Sir, yes?" Broken English. The barman was a shrimp wearing a grungy apron. You have Kalashnikov vodka?" He looked blank. "Kalashnikov? Forget it. Any vodka, neat. You have espresso?" "Russian coffee." "Fine." The shrimp nodded and produced a bottle. One of the Bond heavies turned. He was drunk. "You gay or something?" No, I'm not." "I don't have no problem with gays." "Good. I don't either." The man broke into a grin. His teeth were terrible, like a mouthful of rubble. He raised his glass. "Cheers. You're okay, I like you." He poured more vodka into his own glass, then held the bottle over Ronnie's, squinted, saw it was full, and set the bottle back down. "You should drink." He drained his glass. "Today we need to drink. This not real." Ronnie took a sip. The vodka burned his throat. Then he tipped the glass back, drained it, and poured another for himself and for his new best friend. They fell silent, watching the screen. After several more vodkas, Ronnie was starting to feel drunk. Mayor Giuliani was on the screen now, talking earnestly. He looked calm, he looked caring, like a man who had things under control. Ronnie leaned forward and tapped the barman's shoulder. Do you have rooms here? I need a room." His new best friend turned to him. "No flights, right?" "Right. Where you from, anyway?" Ronnie hesitated. Canada. Toronto." "Toronto, Canada. Okay, good." He fell silent for a moment. "Cheap room?" Ronnie realized he couldn't use any cards, and he had under $400 in his wallet, which would have to tide him over until he could convert some of the other currency he had in his bag, if he could find a buyer who'd pay the right money, and not ask questions. Yes, cheaper the better." "Oh, you're in the right place. My cousin has house, 10 minutes walk. You want address?" "Sounds like a plan." "Plan? You have plan? Good plan?" "Carpe diem." "Huh?" "It's an expression." Ronnie grinned, then bought him another drink. October 2007. Shortly before 6:30, carrying a mug of coffee, Grace entered Major Incident Room 1. Because of the relative lack of urgency in this case, and therefore the need to budget resources accordingly, his team occupied only one of the workstations. His deputy SIO was DI Lizzie Mantle. In her late 30s, she was attractive, with neat, shoulder-length fair hair, and Grace liked her a lot. Along with her, he'd selected Detective Sergeants Glenn Branson, Norman Potting, and Bella Moy. As ever, Bella was sitting with an open box of Maltesers, inches from her keyboard. Next to her sat DC Nick Nickel, who was 27 and beanpole tall. A recent father, he appeared to be suffering from constant sleep deprivation. Opposite him was young Emma Jane Boutwood. A few months earlier, the DC had been badly injured on a case, and by rights she should still be convalescing. But she'd begged Grace to let her come back and do light duties. As Grace approached, Branson looked up. "Yo, old-timer." "Well, here comes God," said Potting, doffing a non-existent hat. "May I be first to proffer my congratulations on your elevation." "Thank you, Norman. Right, Operation Dingo, Day 3. He noticed Potting was looking very smug and turned to him, curious to know what the DS was looking so pleased about. Potting pulled a set of X-rays from a buff envelope. "I've got a dental records match, Roy." There was a moment of silence. Every ear was turned to him. The woman had extensive work done by Mr. Gebby, dentist. Her name is, or rather was, Joanna Wilson. Nice work. Married or single? Well, I've got good news and bad. Yes, she had a husband. Stormy relationship, so far as I've been able to discover. Gebby knows a little of the background. She was an actress, apparently, but they split up and she left. Went to Los Angeles to make her name. Or that's what the husband told everyone. Sounds like we should have a chat with him. Bit of a problem there. He died in the World Trade Center on 9/11. At 6:45, Abby was beginning to worry that the courier company had forgotten her. She'd been ready since 5:30, suitcase by the door, coat slung over it, jiffy bag addressed and sealed. Now it was completely dark out, with the rain torrenting down. She was about to dial Global Express again when, finally, the intercom buzzed. She hurried to the front door. On the small black and white monitor she could see a motorcycle helmet. Her heart sank. That twerp Jonathan had told her it would be a van. She'd been banking on that. Shit. She pressed the intercom button. "Come up, 8th floor. The lift's not working." Her brain was doing a fast rethink. She picked up the jiffy bag. Have to revert to the original plan, she decided, thinking it through in the 2 minutes that passed before the sharp rap on the door. Through the spy hole, she saw a leather-clad motorcyclist in a black helmet, with its dark visor down, holding a clipboard. She removed the safety chain and opened the door. "I thought you were coming in a van." He dropped the clipboard, then punched her hard in the stomach. "Nice to see you, Abby." Then he punched her again. Shortly before 7, Cassian Pugh drove his green Vauxhall Astra through the buffeting wind and neon-lit darkness of the Clifftop Coast Road east of Brighton. Unfamiliar with this area, he was being bossed through it by the female voice of his plug-in sat-nav, which, 10 minutes later, delivered him to the address he was seeking, a small, nondescript, pebble-dashed semi in Seaford. He hurried up the neat garden path and pressed the front doorbell. After a few moments, the door opened. "Mrs. Margaret Bulkwill?" "Yes." He showed her his warrant card. "Detective Superintendent Pugh, Sussex CID. Sorry to trouble you, but I wonder if I could have a word with you about your daughter, Sandy." "Sandy? Is your husband in?" "Well, yes, he is." She indicated for him to come in, closed the door behind him, then called out, "Derek? We've a visitor, a police officer." Pugh followed her into a small, spotlessly clean living room that smelt of glue and paint. There was a brown velour three-piece suite arranged around an elderly television, on top of which was a framed photograph of an attractive blonde girl of about 17, unmistakably Sandy from the pictures Pugh had studied this afternoon in the files. On the mantelpiece above the fire was a wedding photograph of Sandy and Roy Grace. Sitting at a table covered in newspaper, a big, broad-shouldered man was in the process of assembling a balsa wood model aircraft. He stood up, held out a hand, and gave Pugh a crushing shake that hurt him. "Derek Bulkwill. Detective Superintendent Pugh." "Would you like a cup of tea?" Margot Bulkwill said. Perfect. Lemon, if you have it." "Working with Roy, are you?" "Yes, absolutely." "How is he?" "Fine. Busy." "He's always busy," said Derek Bulkwill. "A hard worker." Mrs. Bulkwill scurried out of the room. Derek pointed at the aircraft. "Lancaster. Got more upstairs?" "Oh, yes." "Spit, Hurricane, Mosquito, Wellington." There was an awkward silence. Then Derek pointed at the Lancaster again. "My dad flew 'em. 75 sorties. You know about the dam busters?" Pugh nodded. "He was one of them. One of the few that came back." "Pilot?" "Tail gunner. Tail end Charlie." "Brave guy." Not really. Did his duty. He was a bitter man after the war. War buggers you up, you know. When his wife returned with a tray of tea and biscuits, the three of them settled down. Pew, holding the dainty handle of his cup in his manicured fingers, blew on the tea, then sipped. "I've very recently moved down from the Met in London, brought in to review cold cases. I don't know how to put this delicately, but I've been going through the missing persons files and really don't think, without casting any aspersions on Roy, of course, that your daughter's disappearance has been investigated adequately." He took another sip of tea. "I wondered if you have any views on this." "Does Roy know you're here?" Derek Borkwell asked. "I'm conducting an independent inquiry," Pew said evasively. 11th of September, 2001. Ronnie Wilson walked unsteadily, pulling his bags behind him along the sidewalk. In his left hand he held a crumpled bar receipt, on the back of which his new best friend, whose name he'd already forgotten, had written an address and drawn a map. A helicopter flew low overhead. There was an unpleasant smell of burning in the air, the same smell as earlier in Manhattan. It began to dawn on him how deserted the street was. Parked cars, but no people. They were all at home, glued to their TVs. "Waiting for the other shoe to drop," someone in the bar had said. He passed several storefronts, then stopped outside a dimly lit store with a sign, Mailbox City. Inside, he could see a long counter and, to the right, rows and rows of metal boxes. At the far end, a man with long black hair sat hunched over an internet terminal. This place, he realized, might be useful. He walked on, squinting at the map. Then he turned into a rundown residential street called Brighton Path 2. When he reached number 29, he climbed the steps and rang the bell. A blurred figure appeared behind the frosted glass. The door opened, and a huge, shaven-headed man stared out at him as if he were a turd blocking a lavatory. I'm looking for a room. Boris," Ronnie suddenly remembered his new best friend's name. "He told me to come here." "How long?" "Few days." $30 a day, okay? Each day in advance, you stay after midday, you pay another day." "Fine." "Cash?" "Yeah, fine." October 2007. "What's wrong with liking Guinness?" Branson asked. "Did I say there was something wrong?" Grace sat at the table, facing his friend. Monday night, and the Black Lion was almost empty. It had a pristine smell of carpet cleaner and polish. For Grace, pubs didn't have any atmosphere now the smoking ban had come in, and he could have done with a cigarette right now. "It's the way you look at me every time I order Guinness, like it's the wrong drink or something." Your wife's turning you paranoid, Grace thought, but didn't say. Instead, he took another pull of his whiskey. Piped music was playing. Rhinestone Cowboy. They both listened to it for a while. Grace mouthed the words. "Jesus, man, you like Glenn Campbell?" "Actually, yes." "The more I know you, the more sad I realize you are. It's better than that rap crap. Man, that's my music, my people speaking to me. Does Harry like it?" Branson suddenly looked deflated. "Used to. I don't know what she likes anymore." "So, tell me, you wanted to talk." Branson drank some more Guinness. "We haven't had sex, right?" "Not since you went back to her?" "No." "Not once?" "Not once. Like she's trying to punish me." "For what?" Branson drained his pint and stood up. "No, Glenfiddich on the rocks." "So your memory hasn't gone?" "Fuck off." Grace chewed over the 6:30 meeting, his mind back on his work. Joanna Wilson. Ronnie Wilson. He knew Ronnie from a long time back. one of Brighton's rogues. So Ronnie died in 9/11. But had he killed his wife? Tomorrow they'd start checking the background. Branson returned and sat down. What do you mean, Harry's trying to punish you? Branson drank almost half his Guinness, straight down. Okay. You know what she said this morning? That I deliberately keep her awake. Like, when I get up in the night to have a piss, I deliberately aim into the water so it makes a splashing sound. She said if I really loved her, I'd pee on the side of the bowl. You're not serious. Serious, man. There's nothing I can do right. She's like, she needs a space and screw my career. She's going to go out in the evenings, and if I have to work late, then I have to find babysitters. Grace wondered if Harry was having an affair, but he didn't want to upset his friend. You can't live like this. I can't go through some divorce shit. I love my kids. I don't know her anymore. I can't reach her. They sat in silence for a while. Anyhow, my shit to deal with, right? No, Grace said, even though he knew that if Harry threw Glenn out again, he'd be lumbered once more with the lodger from hell. We're in this together. For the first time, Branson smiled. So, what's happening with Detective Superintendent Pugh? Is he eating your lunch? Grace shrugged. I think that was his game plan, but we've put him back in his box. Cassian Pugh took another sip of tea, wincing as the hot liquid touched his teeth. Last night he'd slept with whitening gel on them, and today they were sensitive. He put the cup down. I do want to make one thing clear. Roy's a well-respected officer. I've no agenda other than to discover the truth about your daughter's disappearance. We need to know, said Derek Borquill. His wife nodded. Good. We're on the same page. I've been studying the case file all day, and there are unanswered questions. I really don't understand why Roy was allowed to review the investigation himself when he was so personally involved. We understand an independent team was appointed after our daughter disappeared, Margot Borquill said. And who reported their findings to you? Well, Roy. Yeah, there's the problem, you see. When a wife goes missing, her husband's normally the prime suspect until cleared. You're saying you regard him as a suspect? Derek picked up his teacup, and Pugh noticed a tremor. He wondered whether the man was nervous or it was the onset of Parkinson's. I wouldn't go so far as to say that at this stage, but I'm certainly going to take radical steps to eliminate him from suspicion. Margot nodded. That would be good. Her husband nodded also. Can I ask you, has either of you ever suspected Roy might be hiding something? There was a long silence. You should understand, said Margot, that we don't suspect Roy, so don't jump to the wrong conclusions, but a bit of you can't help wondering. Human nature. How well do any of us really know anyone, isn't that right? Oh, absolutely, Pugh agreed. Absolutely. Abby blinked, waking up to a strange, whirring sound. Her stomach hurt. Her face felt numb. She was freezing cold, staring at cream wall tiles. Now she remembered. Fear shimmied through her. She tried to raise her arm. She couldn't move. Or open her mouth. Her head was pulled back so much her neck felt strained. She was seated on the lavatory. The hard seat was digging into her bum and thighs. She was naked, bound with gaffer tape around her midriff, breasts, wrists, ankles, mouth, and forehead. She was in her flat's shower room. The light was on, which kept the extractor fan running, making that steady, gloomy whir. She didn't know how long she'd been imprisoned here in this small, windowless room. She tried to shift her position, but the bindings were too secure. How had she let this happen? After all she'd been through, how had she been so stupid? How? She saw a shadow moving, heard the squeak of a trainer on the shiny hall floorboards. Then Ricky appeared in the doorway, his motorcycling jacket unzipped. He'd aged in a couple of months, and his face was haggard. He had several days' growth of stubble, his hair was greasy, and he smelled rank. Christ, how had she ever fancied him? He held up the jiffy bag, then turned it upside down, allowing the contents, Friday's Times and Guardian, to fall onto the floor. Good to see you again, Abby. I'm a bit confused. Why courier someone old newspapers in a jiffy bag? He looked at the address. Laura Jackson, 6 Stable Cottages, Rodnell. Friend of yours? But why old newspapers? Unless, of course, I'm missing something. He tore the bag apart. When he'd finished, he shook his head. I've read both newspapers. No clues there. But hey, none of that really matters now, does it? Abby was thinking fast. She knew what he wanted. She also knew that to get it, he'd have to let her speak. If she could get him to take the tape off, she could at least try to reason with him. Maybe cut a deal. Ricky was a businessman. But that would depend on how hard he looked. You got yourself a nice pad here, Abby. Doesn't look much from the street, but then I don't suppose my van looks much from up here. The word hit her like a punch. Van. That old white van, the one that hadn't moved. She'd been so stupid. Right, Abby, we're going to have a chat. Very simple. I ask questions, you move your eyes right for yes, left for no. Understand? After some hesitation, she moved her eyes to the right. Good girl, very good. He knelt, so he was at eye level. Now, here's my offer. Either I hurt you until you give it all back to me, or you simply give it back to me. Strikes me as a no-brainer. He stood up. I'll tell you what. I'll let you sleep on it. Grace, his mouth like the bottom of a parrot's cage, sat at the workstation, nursing the mother, father, brother, sister, uncle, grandson, and first and second cousin once removed of all hangovers. His one consolation was that Branson looked to be too. They'd gone to the Black Lion for a quick drink. They'd staggered out around midnight, having drunk how many whiskies, beers, bottles of Rioja. He vaguely remembered a taxi home, then they'd drunk more whiskey. Glenn had still been there this morning. Right, the time is 8:30, Tuesday 23rd of October. Opposite him, Bella Moy was already stuffing her face with Maltesers. She pushed the box towards him. You need a sugar hit, Roy? Does it show? He ate a Malteser, followed by another 3. Coca-Cola, that's good for a hangover, and a fried breakfast. Oh, the voice of experience, said Potting. Actually, I don't do hangovers. Oh, our virtuous virgin. Enough, Norman, said Grace, before Bella, who disliked Potting, rose any further to the bait. He returned to the task in hand. What information do we have on Joanna Wilson? Any family? Her parents are dead, said Potting. No siblings. Okay, then we need to focus on the Wilsons' acquaintances and friends, see if we can find a motive. Bella, contact the FBI through the American Embassy, see if you can find any record of Joanna Wilson entering the USA during the 1990s. Brad Garrett in the legal attaché's office will help if you have any problem. I also have friends in the DA's office in New York. He turned to Nickel. Nick, do a nationwide search on Ronnie Wilson, see if there's anything on him cross-border. Actually, I have something, said Potting. I did my homework on the PNC. Wilson had First time, 1987, he worked for a dodgy second-hand car dealership that was clocking cars. And what happened? 12 months, Pope on a rope.
Excuse me, Bella interrupted. Pope on a rope?
Yes, gorgeous. Villain speak. Suspended sentence.
Could you please speak in a language we all understand?
Bella, Grace cautioned, and Potting continued. In 1991, Terry Bigelow went down for 4 years, knocker boy, ripping off old ladies. He looked at Bella. You all right with knocker boy?
I know what knocker boys are.
Good. Wilson got charged as his accomplice, but got off on a technicality. So he worked with Terry Bigelow. Everyone knew the name Bigelow, one of the city's long-established crime families. 3 generations into everything from drug dealing, stolen antiques, and call girls to witness intimidation. Grace looked at Lizzie Mantle, his deputy. Wilson's got to be our number 1 suspect, she said. I agree. 11th of September, 2001. Ronnie Wilson lounged on the stained pink candlewick bedspread with cigarette burn holes. His $30 a night room had a wash basin, a small shower with a cracked plastic yellow curtain, a beat-up chest of drawers, and an old television set. Perfect. He could put up with this for a few days. No worries. Hell, this was the first day of the rest of his life. And he knew exactly what his next step was going to be. Leaning forward, he lifted his briefcase off the top of his overnight bag and removed the proposal and supporting data he'd spent weeks preparing for Donald Hatcook. Finally, he extricated the clear plastic wallet containing the red folder that he'd not risked leaving in his room at the W, not even in the safe. He opened it. His eyes lit up. "Hello, my beauties," he said. Then he walked to the waste bin, removed the plastic bag that lined it, and dropped the red folder into it, figuring he was unlikely to be mugged for the contents of a plastic bag. He was aware of the risk he'd already run towing his briefcase and suitcase all this way. After that, he pulled on his jacket and left the room. Dusk was beginning to fall as he retraced his steps to the main street. To his relief, Mailbox City was still open, and he went in. To his right, the floor-to-ceiling wall of metal safe deposit boxes. At the far end, several internet terminals and 2 phone booths. To his left, 3 people queuing at the counter. The world of transient people. The dispossessed, the poor, the fugitives. Their world centered around places like Mailbox City, where they could store or hide their meager stashes and collect their post. People came here to remain anonymous. Ronnie joined the queue. 5 minutes later, the grizzled man behind the counter handed him a key and a slip of paper in exchange for $50. 31, 1 week. You come back, otherwise we open the box, you understand? Ronnie looked at the paper. The date and time down to the minute were printed on it, along with the expiry date. No drugs. Understood. Ronnie turned away, found his deposit box, and unlocked it. It was deeper than he'd imagined. He slid his package in, then locked the door. He went back to the counter and, having paid for 30 minutes internet time, sat down at a terminal and logged on to Hotmail. 5 minutes later, he was all set up. He had a new name, a new email address. The start of his new life. October 2007. Come in, Alison Vosper said, in response to the knock on her door. Cassian Pugh had selected his clothes carefully. His sharpest blue suit, best white shirt, favourite tie. And he'd sprayed on so much Calvin Klein Eternity cologne, he smelled like he'd been marinated in the stuff. You could always tell when you really connected with someone, and Pugh knew he had with this particular lady assistant chief constable. He'd sensed a frisson of sexuality between them. Understandably, of course. He knew how attractive he was. Which made the coldness of the ACC's reaction as he entered her office all the more surprising. "Take a seat," she said, without looking up from the Guardian on her desk. "Or should I say, take a pew?" He eased himself into the black leather armchair. "That's very witty." But no smile cracked her icy expression. Seated behind her huge rosewood desk, she had blonde hair cut short and was dressed in a tight-fitting black jacket over a white mandarin-collared blouse. She wasn't beautiful, but he was powerfully attracted. Her skin was silky white, and he wanted to go around that desk, rip her clothes off, and roll around with her on the carpeted floor. He was getting an erection at the thought. But she was still reading the damn Guardian. Without looking up, she said, "You're starting an audit of outstanding cold cases." "Yes, absolutely." "Murders, suspicious deaths, long-term missing persons, other undetected serious crimes?" "All of those." She moved on to the Telegraph and scanned the front page. He felt thrown. There was an invisible barrier between them. Look, could I speak off the record?" "Go ahead." She turned several pages in rapid succession as he spoke. "Well, I meant to report to Roy, but I have concerns about him." Now he had her attention. "Go on." "You know about his missing wife, of course. Well, I interviewed her parents last night. They're deeply concerned. They don't feel Sussex police carried out an impartial investigation." "So, what are you saying?" "Well, reading between the lines, I think they suspect Roy's hiding something." "And what do you think?" "I'd like your permission to dig further. Use my discretion to take whatever investigatory steps I consider necessary." "Granted." She looked down at her paper and dismissed him with a wave of her hand, the one with the diamond solitaire and wedding band. When he stood up, his hard-on had gone, but he felt a whole new kind of excitement. Abby had lost track of time. Was it night or morning? The light and the extractor fan had been on for hours in the tiny, windowless room. Her mouth and throat were parched. She was ravenously hungry and shivering with cold. She was wishing desperately she'd never agreed to all this. How the hell had she ever thought she could succeed? She wasn't strong enough. When she'd first met Ricky, she thought that, like Dave, his violence was only swagger, keeping up with their gangster friends. Then, one night when she was with him, he'd caught a spider in the bathtub and burned off each of its legs with a cigarette lighter, then left it alive in a glass jar to die of thirst or hunger. He was quite capable of doing the same to her. A clanking interrupted her thoughts, then a shadow fell across the door. Ricky was looking down at her, holding a large plastic Asda bag. "Good night's rest, Abby. I want you fresh for today." She made a lowing moan. "Sorry about the tape, but you understand the walls aren't that thick and I can't take any risks." He shook the bag with a loud metallic rattle. "I've brought a few things. I've never actually done torture before and I don't have to hurt you. All you do is tell me where it is. You know, what you took from me, like my entire stash." She was silent, trembling. "Got all kinds of stuff, most of it pretty primitive. Power drill, could go through your kneecaps. A packet of needles and a hammer, could whack those up inside your fingernails. Or I've got some pliers for your teeth. Now, is it here or somewhere else? I'll make the question simple. Remember, eyes right for yes, left for no. Is it here, in this flat?" She moved her eyes left. "Okay. Somewhere in Brighton?" She moved her eyes right. "In a safe deposit box?" Again, eyes right. He dug his hand into his jeans and pulled out a small key. "This the key?" Her eyes told him it was. "Good. Now, all we need to establish is the bank. NatWest?" Eyes left. "Lloyd's TSB?" Eyes left. "HSBC?" Her eyes moved left. She nixed Barclays too. "Okay, I think I get it." He moved from the doorway and returned holding a copy of Yellow Pages, open at the listings for security companies. His finger ran down, stopping and getting a negative response from Abby at each name. Then it came to Southern Deposit Security. Her eyes moved right. "Okay, good. Would the account be in the name of Abby Dawson?" Eyes left. "Catherine Jennings?" Eyes right. He looked much happier now. Then she stared at him, trying to signal, but he wasn't interested. "Hasta la vista, baby." After the briefing, Grace retreated to his office and pulled out his notebook. He read his most recent jotting. Catherine Jennings, Flat 82, Arundel Mansions, Lower Arundel Terrace. He stared at it blankly, waiting for his brain's synapses to kick in. Why had he written that? Then he remembered Spinella cornering him yesterday. Something about a trapped lift and that she'd seemed frightened about something. He decided to do the dutiful thing, report it to East Brighton District, and dialed the internal number of the most efficient officer he knew there, Inspector Stephen Curry. He gave him the woman's name and address. "Don't make it priority, Steve, but maybe have one of your beat officers swing by sometime, make sure all's okay." "Absolutely. Leave it with me." Having hung up, Grace decided he'd stroll down later this morning to collect his car, which he'd left at the pub last night. Take in a bit of fresh air, enjoy a rare bit of sunshine, try to clear his head. Then see if he couldn't find one or two of Ronnie Wilson's old acquaintances. He had a good idea where to start looking. 12th of September, 2001. Ronnie spent a restless night lying between unwashed nylon sheets, trying to cope with a foam pillow that felt as if it were filled with rocks. And at 6 he lay wide awake, scratching tiny red bites on his leg. He fumbled on the bedside table for the remote and switched the television on. The urgency of the outside world suddenly filled his room. Images of New York were on the screen. The anchorwoman was saying solemnly that yesterday the world had changed. Was Donald Hatcook okay? He wondered. Had he survived? As far as he was concerned, alive or dead, Hatcook was history. Lorraine would be hurting. But one day the silly cow would understand. There's no gain without pain. One day, soon, they'd be rich. Just had to be very, very careful. A police officer was speaking now, straight to camera, saying volunteers were needed in the disaster area, people to help with the digging, to hand out water. He looked exhausted, stretched to breaking point. Volunteers. Ronnie thought about that. Volunteers. There were 1,000 ways he could screw this up, but there were also ways he could be smart, really smart. Volunteers. Yes, that had something. Volunteers. The idea was taking root, exciting him. He now had another piece of his plan in place. Lorraine Wilson was sitting at the kitchen table in her white toweling dressing gown, a cigarette in her mouth, a cup of tea in front of her. She was bleary-eyed from an almost sleepless night. The Daily Mirror lay beside her, and the news was on television. But for the first time since yesterday afternoon, her mind was on something else. In front of her lay that morning's Post, plus more opened Post she'd found in Ronnie's bureau. The letter she was looking at now was from a debt collection agency informing Ronnie that the phone was going to be disconnected if the outstanding balance of £602 was not paid within 7 days. Then there was the letter from Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs, demanding that £11,000 be paid within 3 weeks or a distraint order would be made. Lorraine shook her head in disbelief. Half the letters were demands for payment on overdue bills. And the worst letter of all was from the building society. They were foreclosing on the mortgage and commencing court proceedings to repossess the house. Lorraine crushed out the cigarette, thinking, "Ronnie, darling, why didn't you tell me this? Why didn't you tell me the mess we are in?" She shook another cigarette out and stared numbly at the screen. At distraught people holding up handmade boards, placards, signs, some with photographs, some with only names, asking, "Have you seen?" That's what she needed to do. She had to get over there and find him. Maybe he'd been injured and was in hospital somewhere. They were now showing the smouldering rubble, the skeletal walls, the whole apocalyptic scene of what had been the World Trade Center. She tried to work out from the images where the South Tower had been and how Ronnie had got out of it. He was alive. She felt it in her bones. He was a survivor. October 2007. Tosser. Pugh had been in Sussex House a couple of days, but it had taken about 3 minutes for Tony Case, the senior support officer, to sum him up. Case ran this building, ensuring the people who worked here had everything they needed, such as picture hooks. "Look," Pugh said, "I want that hook moved 3 inches to the right and 6 inches higher, okay?" "You'd like me to get you a hammer?" "I don't do DIY and I don't have time. You must have someone to do stuff like this." "Yes, me. I'll get you a hammer." Case left the room. Pugh couldn't work out whether the man was being facetious or was for real, but his thoughts were interrupted by the phone ringing. It was a controller. "Sir, I've an officer at Interpol on the line on behalf of the Victoria Police in Australia. He asked for cold case inquiries." "Okay, put him through." He put his feet up on his desk. "Detective Superintendent Pugh." Good morning. Cash on? DS Franks, Interpol, London. Our bureau's been contacted by Melbourne. They have the body of an unidentified pregnant woman recovered from the boot of a car. I understand it's been in a river for some 2.5 years. Whoever put it there hadn't reckoned on a drought causing the water level to drop so much. Anyway, they've obtained DNA samples from both the woman and the fetus, but aren't able to get a match off their Australian databases. But here's the thing." Franks paused, as if swigging coffee, before resuming. "The woman has silicone breast implants. These, I gather, are all printed with the manufacturer's batch number and a serial number that's kept in the hospital register under the recipient's name. This particular batch was supplied to the Nuffield Hospital in Woodingdean, Brighton, back in 1997. Pugh asked Franks to fax through the information on the implants and the DNA analysis, promising that he'd make inquiries right away. He then pointed out crisply that his name was Cassian, not Cashin, and hung up. He really needed a junior officer to assist him. He'd far more important things to deal with than a floater in an Australian river. One of them much more important. Abby was laughing. Her father was laughing too. Her father ran a tiling business in houses where rich people lived. She loved helping him. "Stupid girl, you did that deliberately, didn't you?" "No, I didn't, Daddy." Both of them stared at the partially tiled bathroom wall. White tiles, one of which she'd put on backwards so that the coarse grey underside was visible, looking like a square of cement. "You're meant to be helping me, young lady, not hindering me." She burst into giggles. "I didn't do it deliberately, Daddy, honestly." Her father's face darkened. The smile faded. Suddenly it wasn't him anymore. It was Ricky, holding a power drill. Smiling, he squeezed the trigger. The drill whined. "Right knee or left, Abby?" She was shaking, her body still held rigid by her bonds. She could see the spinning drill bit, corkscrewing towards her. She was screaming, but nothing came out, just an endless, trapped moan. He lunged forward with the drill. And as she screamed again, the light suddenly changed. She heard the steady whir of the extractor fan, smelled the sharp, dry smell of fresh grout, saw cream wall tiles. No Ricky. But the bag was lying where he'd left it. She stared at the tiles. God, the irony. Being imprisoned in here, facing these tiles. So near. So damn near. 12th of September, 2001. There was a strange atmosphere on the main drag. It was Wednesday, midweek, yet there were hardly any cars. People walked slowly with drawn, haggard expressions. The city seemed to be in a state of deepening shock. At Mailbox City, Ronnie paid for an hour of internet time and sat at a terminal. At 9:30, he entered one of the hooded phone booths against the wall, put a quarter in the slot, and dialed the first of the numbers on the list he'd made from his internet search. "Abe Miller Associates, Abe Miller speaking." The man was not discourteous, but Ronnie didn't feel any hunger for a deal. "An Edward, £1, unmounted, mint," he said, after introducing himself. "Perfect gum, no hinge." "Okay. What are you looking for?" "I have 4. I'd take 4,000 each." "Whew, that's steep." "Well, not for their condition. Catalog's over double that." "I don't know. The thing is, I'm not sure about buying anything right now. Guess I'd prefer to wait a few days, see how the wind blows. If they're in as good a condition as you say they are, I could maybe go 2. $2,000 each? Couldn't manage more. Not now. If you want to wait a week." Ronnie understood the reticence. He'd probably picked the worst moment since the Wall Street crash to try to do business. But he didn't have any choice. He didn't have the luxury of time. "I'll get back to you," he said. "Sure. What did you say your name was?" "Nelson." He tried 6 more dealers. None was inclined to better Miller's offer, and 2 said that they weren't buying anything at the moment, which panicked him. It would be wise to take the offer on the table. If, 25 minutes on in this uncertain world, it still was on the table. $8,000. They were worth 20 at least. He had a few others with him, including 2 plate 11 and unmounted mint penny blacks with gum on the back. In a normal market, he'd be looking for 25,000 a plate, but God knows what they were worth now. No point even trying to sell them. They were all he had now in the world. They were going to have to tide him over for a long time. Possibly a very long time. October 2007. Pelham Square was a small, elegant Regency Square with a railed park in the centre. The benches near the Trafalgar Street entrance had always been a popular lunch spot for office workers. Now, with the workplace smoking ban, they seemed even more popular. But few of the people eating their sandwiches took any notice of the rag-bag assortment of people clustered around another bench at the end of the park. Grace leaned against a lamppost and observed them. When he'd started his career, he'd worked as a beat copper, then for a time in CID with the Drug Surveillance Unit. He knew most of the street dealers' names and had at one time or another busted most of them. Niall Foster was one. He was now sitting on the bench, drinking beer from a concealed can in his carrier bag and serving up, for sure. Next to him was a grimy, strung-out woman with matted brown hair. Beside her, an equally grubby man kept putting his head between his knees. When Foster looked in his direction, Grace moved on up the pavement, not wanting to be spotted, and found himself almost colliding with the man he'd come to find. Grace was shocked by how much the old villain had aged. Terry Bigelow was a scion of one of Brighton's bottom-feeder crime families, whose history reached back to the razor gangs of the 40s. But now most of the older members were dead, while the younger ones were either serving long prison sentences or were fugitives in Spain. The remnants still in the city, like Terry, were busted flushes. The old rogue, in his 60s now, could have passed for a decade more and seemed to have shrunk several inches. His rodent face was sallow and thin, while his sharp little teeth were the colour of rust. He wore a shabby grey suit and smelled musty.
Detective Sergeant Grace, what a surprise. Nice to see ya.
It's Detective Superintendent now.
Yeah, of course. I heard you was promoted, yeah. I'm clean now, Mr. Grace. I found God in prison.
Doing time too, was he, Terry? And it's only coincidence you're outside the park while Niall Foster serves up inside, is it?
Yeah, total coincidence. Me and my friend, we're only passing.
Grace knew his shabbily dressed companion, Jimmy Bardolph, who used to be a henchman for the Bigelows. But the man stank of alcohol now, and his face was covered in scabs.
Jimmy, my friend Mr. Grace, he's a cop you can trust.
The man extended a filthy hand.
Nice to meet you.
Ignoring it, Grace turned back to Bigelow. Terry, I need a chat about a friend of yours, Ronnie Wilson.
Ronnie, dear old Ronnie, he's dead, God rest his soul.
The fresh air was not doing it for Grace's headache, so he decided to follow Bella's food recommendation. You had lunch?
Nah, we was on our way to the caff now. It being a nice morning and that.
Good. Well, lead the way. I'm buying. Abby heard the door slam. Then Ricky came into the bathroom like a thunderbolt.
You fucking bitch!
She felt the crack of his hand on her face, and she hardly recognized him. He was in disguise, a blue baseball cap pulled low over his face, dark glasses, and a heavy beard and moustache. He picked up the plastic bag and emptied its contents on the floor. A power drill fell out, a hammer, a bag of hypodermic syringes.
Which one to start with, bitch?
She felt her insides loosening. She tried to signal with her eyes, to plead with him. Then he knelt and put his face right in front of hers.
Shall I cut one of your eyes out? Take it with me. Would that work? Oh, you think you're very smart, don't you? Lock it all away in a safe deposit box that requires iris recognition to access. Well, how about I cut your fucking eye out and take that with me? See if it recognizes that.
She signaled no, desperately. No. Suddenly he ripped the tape away from her mouth. It felt as if he'd torn off half her face. She gulped air down.
Talk to me, bitch.
Ricky, please, can I have some water?
Oh, wonderful. You steal everything I have, make me chase you halfway round the world, and what's the first thing you have to say to me? Please, Ricky, can I have some water?
She said nothing, trying to think clearly. It was good he was letting her speak finally. She knew how desperately he wanted back what she'd taken. And he needed her. Whether he liked it or not, he was going to have to cut a deal. Then he held his mobile phone to her ear, pressed a button, and a recording began to play. It was herself and her mother speaking, a phone conversation they'd had on Sunday. She could hear her own voice talking. Listen, Mum, it won't be long now. I've been in touch with Cuckmere House. They've got a beautiful room with a river view coming free in a few weeks' time. Looks really lovely. And of course I'll help you move in. Then she heard Mary Dawson replying, "And where are you getting the money from, Abs? These places cost a fortune, 200 quid a day, more even." "Don't worry about the money, Mum. I'm taking care of it. The recording stopped.
"That's what I like about you, Abby," said Ricky. "You're all heart."
The cafe was a fug of frying grease. Grace reckoned simply breathing in here could raise anyone's cholesterol to heart attack levels. But he ordered egg, bacon, sausage and chips, fried bread, and a Coke. Terry Bigelow ordered egg and chips, while his vacant friend Jimmy only ordered a cup of tea. Grace watched him slip a half bottle of Bell's from his coat pocket and take a long swig, and clocked the prison tattoos on his knuckles. 1 dot for each year inside. He counted 7. "I'm on the straight and narrow now, Mr. Grace," said Terry. "Good." Grace drank some Coke. "You and Ronnie were mates, weren't you?"
Yeah, once.
"Before you went to jail?"
"Yeah."
"You knew his wife?"
"Both his wives."
"Both?"
"Yeah. Joanna, then Lorraine."
"When did he remarry?"
Terry scratched his head. "Cool, that was a few years after Joanna left him. She was a looker, Joanna was, but none of us liked her. Gold digger she was. Latched onto Ronnie 'cause he was flash, but didn't realise he didn't have much money. Ronnie always had his big schemes, but he didn't have the Midas touch, so when Joanna sussed that, she legged it."
"Where?"
"Los Angeles. Tried to make it in the movies. Seems her mum died and she inherited a bit from the house. Ronnie woke up one morning and she was gone."
"What about his second wife?"
"Lorraine? She was all right. Good looker too. Took him a while to marry her, though. Had to wait 2 years to get a divorce from Joanna 'cause of her desertion."
"Yeah, very difficult to get someone who's rotting in a storm drain to sign divorce papers," Grace thought. "So, where can I find Lorraine now?"
"Well, you'll have to get yourself a diving suit. She topped herself. Jumped overboard from the New Haven Dieppe ferry one night."
Grace suddenly lost all interest in his food. "Tell me more."
"Well, she was in a terrible state. Ronnie left her in a right old mess. The mortgage company took the house and the finance people took everything else, except for a few stamps."
"Stamps?"
"Yeah, they were Ronnie's thing. Told me he traded them all the time. Preferred them to cash, more portable."
Grace thought for a moment. "I thought 9/11 victims' families got quite big compensation payments, didn't she?"
"Well, she never said nothing about that. She became a sort of recluse, you know.
When they took everything, she rented a little flat down Montpelier Road." "And when did she die?" Terry thought.
Yeah, 9/11 happened 2001, so this would have been 2002? November. Christmas was coming up. Difficult time, Christmas."
"Was the body ever found?"
"I don't know."
So, one wife sets off to America and ends up in a Brighton storm drain. The second jumps off a Channel ferry. Grace thought some more. "Other than you, who were Ronnie's friends?"
"Well, we wasn't that close."
"But there was old Donald Hackcock. Ronnie was with him on 9/11, apparently. In his office up one of them towers, poor bastard. And Chad Skeggs. But he emigrated to Australia, didn't he?" Chad Skeggs. Grace remembered the name. The man had been in trouble years back, but he couldn't recall why.
"Yeah, they've all gone, see? But here it would have been the Klingers, I suppose. You know them? Steve and Sue Klinger, live in Tongdene."
Grace nodded. The Klingers had an ostentatious house in Tongdene Avenue. Stephen Klinger had been a person of interest to the police for as long as Grace had been in the force. It was widely held that his nightclubs, bars and student rental properties were money laundering fronts for his real business, drugs. But he ran a tight ship. So far, nothing could be traced back to him.
"Yeah, Ronnie and him started out in business together, got into trouble over a bunch of clock cars, I remember. But the garage burnt down with all the records. Sort of convenient."
"Terry, what was your take on Ronnie?
How do you mean?
What kind of a bloke was he?
He's a fucking psycho,
Jimmy chipped in. Bigelow turned on him.
Shut it. Ronnie had a temper, I'll grant you, but he wasn't no psycho. He was fucking psycho.
Bigelow smiled at Grace.
He was a little angry at the world at times because he wasn't succeeding, like some of his friends, you know what I mean? So he was sort of his own worst enemy. God bless his soul.
12th of September, 2001. Ronnie was feeling a whole lot better now he had money in his pocket again. In the left-hand pocket of his suit jacket, to be precise. Holding, folding, he liked to call it. A wad of crisp, new $100 bills. And he kept his hand in there all the way back in the L train from Midtown Manhattan to Brighton Beach Station. He walked back to Mailbox City, stashed $5,600 in his deposit box, then, with a spring in his step, made for the Moscow bar. It was as empty as yesterday, but he was pleased to see his new best friend, Boris, sitting on the same bar stool, cigarette in hand, a half-full bottle of vodka in front of him. "You back?" the shrimp of a barman said. "Thought you maybe gone help. They needing volunteers help dig bodies out." "Yeah, maybe I'll do that." Ronnie hauled himself onto the stool next to his friend and slapped him on the back. "Hey, Boris, how you doing?"
"My friend, you found the place was okay?"
"Fine. Terrific."
"For my Canada friend, nothing too much trouble."
The barman produced a glass, and Boris immediately filled it to the brim. Ronnie raised it to his lips.
"Carpe diem."
The vodka went down well. It had a lemon flavour, which he found instantly addictive. The Russian smiled.
"Remember yesterday what I tell you, my friend. When you toast in Russia, you drink entire glass, like this."
Boris drained the glass. 2 hours later, after exchanging more and more outrageous stories about their backgrounds, Ronnie was barely able to remain on the bar stool. Boris seemed to have his fingers in a range of dubious activities, which included importing fake designer-brand perfumes, fixing green cards for Russian immigrants, and acting as some kind of middleman for Russian hookers. Then suddenly he put an arm around Ronnie.
"My friend, I know you're in trouble. I help. There is nothing I can't help with."
Ronnie saw that Boris was refilling the glasses yet again. Could he trust this guy? He was going to have to trust someone. "Actually, I do need another favour."
"What can I do?"
Ronnie leaned closer, lowering his voice.
"Do you know anyone who could create a new passport and a visa?"
The Russian gave him a stern look.
"What? You think this is embassy? This is bar, man."
Then the Russian gave him a broad grin.
"Passport, visa, whatever, I fix, no problem. So long you got money, I got friend can fix anything."
The Russian raised his glass.
"Carpe diem."
Carpe diem. The rest of the afternoon became a blur. October 2007. Abby peered numbly through the windscreen of the grey rental Ford Focus as they headed up the A27 Brighton bypass. She hadn't thought it possible for the nightmare to worsen, but now it had. Although her bonds had been removed and she was now in jeans, pullover, fleece jacket and trainers, she was still a prisoner. Beside her, Ricky drove in angry silence, an anger that had been simmering for 2 long months. Ahead was the slip road. He'd already been here once this morning. He knew the way. Abby watched the indicator light winking on the dash. She was feeling more human now and could think more clearly. To have got that recording, Ricky must have bugged her mother's phone. But how the hell could he have got her address? Not difficult, she supposed. He knew the name, and she'd probably mentioned back in Melbourne that her widowed mother lived in Eastbourne. And he'd know from the conversations they'd had the guilt she felt at abandoning her mother and moving to the other side of the world. How many Dawsons were there in the Eastbourne phone directory? Probably not many. Certainly not to a determined man. Her mother was defenseless. Almost crippled by multiple sclerosis, she was still just about mobile, but not for much longer. Abby knew a neighbour looked in on her, but other than that, she was alone. Abby had the feeling Ricky wouldn't be content with getting everything back. He'd want to hurt her, and her mother too. They were now approaching a roundabout. He took the second turn off it. To their left was the Hollingbury Industrial Estate, a sprawling cluster of superstores, 50s warehouses converted into offices, and modern industrial units. They passed British bookshops, the Argus building, a Matalan, then a Renault dealership. Ricky swung the wheel and drove down a sharp incline past a warehouse, then through a gateway with massive steel doors into a yard where there were several armoured cash transporter vans parked, each in a distinctive livery of black paint with gold lettering, showing the name Southern Deposit Security. They headed toward a single-story building with tiny slit-like windows that gave it the air of a fortress. Ricky parked in a bay marked Visitors and switched off the engine. You try anything clever, and your mother's dead. You understand? Yes. She was thinking how she was going to play this, trying to remind herself of her strengths. So long as she had what he wanted, however much he blustered, he'd have to negotiate. She held all the nuts. That was the truth of the matter. That had kept her intact until now. With luck, it would keep her mother alive. Ricky took her arm, and they walked to the entrance. She pressed the entryphone buzzer beneath 2 CCTV cameras and gave her name. The door clicked open. They passed through 2 sets of security doors into an austere foyer. 2 burly, unsmiling, uniformed security guards stood inside the door. 2 more manned the counter behind a glass shield. She walked up and spoke through the perforations. Catherine Jennings, to access my safe deposit box. The guard typed into a terminal. Both of you? Yes. He pushed a register under the bottom of the shield. Fill this in, please. Abby filled in her name, the date and time, then handed the register to Ricky, who did the same. He pushed it back under the shield. You know what to do? Abby nodded and walked to the security door to the right of the counter. She put her right eye close to the biometric retinal scanner and pressed the green button. The lock clicked. She pushed the heavy steel door open. They both went through and down a cement staircase, entering a long, narrow vault, lined floor to ceiling with steel safe deposit boxes. Holding the thin, flat key, Ricky greedily scanned the numbers. 426. She pointed toward the far end. He almost ran. He slipped the key into the slot, felt the cam of the well-oiled lock revolving smoothly. He turned the key through 1 complete revolution and gave it a pull, but the door didn't move. He turned the key another complete revolution and pulled again. Now the heavy metal door swung open, and he peered inside. It was empty. He spun round, swearing loudly at Abby, and found himself swearing at an empty room. Abby sprinted across the parking area of Southern Deposit Security, out through the gates and up the hill. Then she trampled through the shrubbery lining the car park by the row of stores and dashed towards the entrance of an MFI. When she reached it, she stopped and looked back. No sign of him. She entered the building, aware of the rich smell of new furniture, and raced through it, dodging around customers. At the rear of the store, she found herself in the bathroom section. There were showers all around her, and in a classy-looking walk-in one, a slatted wooden bench. She went into it and sat down, thinking. Ricky hadn't allowed her to take her handbag from the flat, but she'd managed to conceal her mobile by stuffing it down her front, with some cash and her credit card, as well as a key to her mother's flat. All her stalling tactics were now exhausted. She'd not thought this through. All she could do was deal with 1 minute at a time. She sank her face into her hands. "Are you okay, madam?" She looked up. A young assistant was standing there. He had a kind face, and thinking rapidly, a half-formed plan taking shape, she said, I don't feel very well. Could someone call me a taxi?" "Of course. Thanks. I'll be fine when I get home. I need to lie down." "We have a staff rest area. Would you like to wait there?" "Yes, thank you very much. Do you have a side entrance the taxi could come to? I'm not sure I could make it back through the store." He pointed to a door which had a fire exit sign above it. "Staff entrance. I'll tell it to come there." 10 minutes later, the streamlined taxi was outside. The driver, an elderly man with a shock of white hair, closed the door for her, and she gave him the address of her mother's flat in Eastbourne before sinking down low in her seat. As they drove through the car park, she looked for Ricky. Then, as they reached the junction with the main road, she saw him standing beside the rental Ford, looking around, his face a mask of fury. She shrank down below window level and covered her head with her jacket. She waited until she felt the taxi pulling away before sitting up. "Please, go as quickly as you can. I'll give you a good tip." "Do my best," said the driver. She dialed her mother's number. As it started ringing, she heard the insistent beep of an incoming call. She accepted it. "Okay, bitch. Very funny. Where are you?" She hung up, shaking, the sick feeling back in the pit of her stomach. 13th of September, 2001. Nothing in his life prepared Ronnie for the devastation as he made his way from the subway station to the vicinity of the World Trade Center. The smell of the dusty air was making him queasy. The same rank stench he'd woken up to in Brooklyn these past 2 days, but far stronger here. A slow line of emergency and military vehicles moved down the street. A siren wailed. There was a constant clattering from hovering helicopters. He reached a barrier across the road. 2 soldiers in combat fatigues and helmets and holding machine guns manned it. "Sorry, sir, you can't go past." "I've come to work on the pile. I heard they're needing volunteers. I got family in the South Tower, Tuesday." "You and most of New York, buddy," said the older of the soldiers, giving Ronnie a kind of helpless, we're all in this shit together smile. The other soldier pointed down the street. "First left, you'll see a bunch of tents. They'll kit you out, tell you what to do. Be lucky." "Yeah, you too." Ronnie ducked under the barrier, and the whole vista of the devastated area started opening up before him. It reminded him of pictures he'd seen of Hiroshima after the atom bomb. He turned left, followed the street a short distance. Then ahead of him the Hudson River suddenly appeared, and he saw a makeshift encampment of stalls and tents at the edge of a massive area of rubble. He heard the roar of lifting gear, the whine of angle cutters, drills, and bulldozers. He saw an antline of people entering the cluster of tents. Others were queuing at stalls made of trestle tables. In a daze, he found himself in line, passing a stall where someone handed him a face mask. Then he went into a tent where a long-haired guy handed him a blue hard hat, a torch, and a spare supply of batteries. Ronnie followed the antline out of the rear entrance. An NYPD cop in a filthy blue stab vest trundled past on a green tractor, towing plastic body bags. Beyond, he saw a bird flying above a skeleton in the sky. One massive wall of a structure rose at a precarious angle, all the glass gone from the windows. He stumbled over the roofs of smashed police cars and past a dust-covered swivel chair with an equally dusty woman's jacket slung over the back. He stood, watching, taking it all in, trying to understand the pattern of what was going on. Teams of people were digging, and chains of people were pulling out pieces of rubble, passing them back. Dog handlers were dotted around, with German shepherds and other breeds straining on their leashes, sniffing. Eventually he realized there was no real pattern, but there were people in uniforms around the edges, holding huge black garbage sacks that people were bringing things they'd found to. Perfect, Ronnie thought. He moved away, having to concentrate to keep his balance on the shifting mass beneath him. He saw a Stars and Stripes leaning out of the rubble at a drunken angle, as if someone had recently conquered this place. He glanced over his shoulder, then, surreptitiously, he dropped his mobile onto the rubble, stamped on it, and trod it in. He took a few steps forward and pulled his wallet from his jacket. He removed the dollar bills and jammed them into the pocket of his jeans. He left his credit cards, his RAC membership card, and his driving license. Unsure if he could smoke here, he discreetly put a cigarette in his mouth, pulled out his lighter, and cupped his hands over the flame. But instead of lighting his cigarette, he began singeing the edges of his wallet. Then he dropped that into the rubble and stamped it in, hard. Finally, he lit his cigarette and smoked it. When he'd finished, he ducked down, retrieved his wallet, retraced his steps, picked up his mobile, and carried them to one of the makeshift repositories for recovered items. "I found these. They might help identify someone." "That's what we're here for," the NYPD woman officer assured him. "Drop 'em in the bag." "Someone's logging everything?" "You bet, honey. Every shoe, every belt buckle, every damned item." Ronnie nodded and moved away. It had been much easier than he'd thought. October 2007. "Here," Abby said, "on the left." She glanced out of the rear window. No sign of Ricky. The driver had brought her to a quiet residential area close to Eastbourne College of semi-detached red brick houses, at the end of which was the 1960s low-rise block of flats where her mother lived. The meter was reading £34. Abby handed him 2 20s. "Please, I need your help. Keep the meter running. I'm going inside. If I don't come back in 5 minutes, I want you to dial 999. "You got boyfriend troubles? Husband?" "Yes." "You want me to come in with you?" No, I'm okay." She climbed out, hurried to the building entrance, and went along the hallway to her mother's flat at the rear. She opened the door with her key. "Mum? Mum?" God, it felt strange. 2 years since she'd been here. She was aware of the shock her mother was going to get, but she couldn't worry about that now. "Abby?" Mary Dawson was on the couch in the sitting room, thin as a rake, her hair greyer than she remembered, wearing a floral dressing gown and pom-pom slippers. Torn-out newspaper and magazine competitions were spread over the carpeted floor. She was a competition fanatic. Abby threw her arms around her. "Mum, I love you. I've missed you." "I missed you too, all the time. When did you get home? Why didn't you tell me you were coming back?" "I can't explain it all now, but I want a new lock put on your door and a safety chain. I want it done today." "Why? What's going on? What is it, Abby?" Abby went to the phone and picked up the cradle, turning it upside down. She didn't know what a bug looked like, but she could see nothing underneath it. She couldn't see anything wrong with the handset either. But what did she know? "Please don't use this phone anymore. I'm going to buy you a new one, a mobile." "Abby, you're in trouble, aren't you? What is it? Tell me." "No, everything's okay." Her mother shook her head. "I may be sick, but I'm not stupid. You're frightened. Please do what I say. I'll explain later, I promise, but I don't have time now. Okay? Now, have you got a yellow pages? Middle drawer. Her mother pointed to a walnut toolboy. Abby found the directory and found the locksmith section. She made the call, then told her mother someone would be here later this afternoon from Eastbourne Lockworks. Abby, are you in trouble? I think someone's stalking me. Someone who wanted me to go out with him. He's trying to get to me through you. Her mother gave her a long look. You still with that Dave fella? Yes. He didn't sound a good un to me. Abby kissed her mother again. I'll be back within the hour. Your friend, the neighbour upstairs. Oh, Doris? Yes. Could she sit with you till I get back? I'm not a total invalid. What flat? Number 4, first floor. Abby ran up the stairs, found the flat, and rang the bell. The door was opened by a statuesque, white-haired woman with distinguished features. Hello, I'm Abby, Mary's daughter. Mary's daughter? Oh, I thought you were in Australia. She talks so much about you. Look, I wonder, could you do me a favour? I have to dash out for an hour and, well, it's a long story. I'm worried an old boyfriend might turn up. Could you sit with her till I get back? Of course. I'll fetch my stick. If this fellow turns up, he'll be sorry. Abby ran back downstairs and into her mother's flat, explained what was happening, and said, Don't answer the door to anyone. Then she hurried out into the street and climbed back into the taxi. Parked carefully out of sight behind a camper van on the cross street, Ricky started his engine and followed. At the same time, keeping a steadying hand on the GSM 3060 Intercept he'd placed on the passenger seat beside him, he replayed her call to Eastbourne Lockworks. He was glad he had the Intercept with him. He hadn't wanted to risk leaving such a valuable piece of kit in the van. Then he called the locksmith and politely cancelled the appointment, explaining that his mother had forgotten she'd a hospital appointment this afternoon. He'd arrange a new time later. He then rang Abby's mother, introduced himself as the manager of Eastbourne Lockworks, apologised profusely, but it mightn't be until early evening at the earliest that someone would be there. Otherwise, first thing tomorrow morning. He hoped that would be all right. She told him that would be fine. The fresh air and the greasy fry-up had done the trick for his hangover. Feeling almost human again, Grace walked up Church Street toward the NCP multi-storey car park. He phoned Branson and gave him the news that Ronnie Wilson had had a second wife, Lorraine. He told him to take Bella and interview the people Terry Bigelow said had been Ronnie's best friends, the Klingers. Stephen Klinger currently ran a large antiques emporium and should be easy enough to find. In the parking bay, Ricky pulled a Mars bar from his pocket, suddenly ravenously hungry. Christ, what was the bitch doing in the mobile phone shop? No doubt dithering about which colour to buy. And whose money would she be using to pay for it? His. Then the penny dropped. Abby knew he'd recorded her phone conversation with her mother, but she wouldn't know how. But she'd suspect he'd somehow bugged her mother's phone. So she'd come to get her mother a new phone. And what about her own phone? He suspected she now had a new one too. You really are trying my patience. And where had she hidden the stash? She didn't need much space, simply enough to conceal an A4 envelope. The package she'd tried to send via the courier was a decoy. Why? Had she been hoping that he'd follow the decoy, leaving her free to run with the real package and put it in the safe deposit box? Why else would it be empty? Or had she recently withdrawn it? If so, it was most likely still in her flat somewhere. He'd searched every damn inch of the flat, going through all her belongings, including her clothes.
He'd also taken her passport, which would at least stop the bitch from getting out of the country. Another possibility was that she'd left it with a friend. But the name on the courier package was a dummy. He'd checked. If she hadn't even told her mother she was back, he suspected she'd avoided contacting anyone here. No, he was convinced she still had it all in the flat. But despite her clever ploys, everyone has an Achilles heel. Any chain is only as strong as its weakest link. Abby's mother was her weak link. And now he knew exactly what he had to do. A scarlet-haired bimbo dressed in skimpy purple with legs up to her neck and massive boobs winked at Roy Grace. As the angle of the card changed, the other eye winked. He opened it. A cheesy voice sang happy birthday. Wonderful. Who's it for? D.I. Willis, his 40th. D.C. Esther Mitchell was, no contest, currently the best-looking detective in Sussex. Grace found a space between the other signatures and scrawled his name. He's having a party at the Black Lion tonight. Grace grimaced. The thought of 2 consecutive nights there was more than his constitution could handle. I'll swing by if I can. Oh, and D.S. Pugh asked me to check with you about travel arrangements for Australia. What? Did you say Australia? Yes, I've been seconded to work with him on his cold case files. He wanted me to ask you which airlines Sussex Police has business class deals with. Business class? She looked embarrassed. I assumed you knew. 5 minutes later, Grace entered his old office. Pugh was there in his shirt sleeves. Roy, good to see you. What's this about Australia? Something I'm looking into for the Melbourne police. Well, Melbourne area. It has a connection to your operation. I think someone will have to go to Australia. I thought I might. The only way you're going to Australia, Grace thought, is by digging your way there with a spade. What connection? I've got information about Lorraine Wilson, Ronnie Wilson's second wife. It could lead you to him. Ronnie Wilson died on 9/11. Actually, I have evidence that might suggest otherwise. The Renault van outside Abby's flat spluttered into oily, smoky life. Ricky drove it out of the parking space and replaced it with the rental Ford. He smiled. Now, when Abby came back here, she'd spot the car and think he was in there. There was no residence parking sticker on the rental, but what the hell. He removed the GSM 3060 Intercept from the Ford and put it in the van. Then he drove off back toward Eastbourne. "Okay, Joanna Wilson," said Grace at the 6:30 briefing. "EJ, how are you progressing?" Well, I've found a stepbrother who's nudging 60, wears studded leather hot pants, is covered in piercings, and does a drag act under the name of Mitzi Dufours. He didn't have many flattering words to say about his late stepsister, but he did say Joanna inherited a small house in Brentwood from her mother, about a year before she went to America. Good work, EJ. Find out how much money was involved and what happened to it. Grace moved on to Branson. Did you and Bella get hold of Klinger? Branson grinned. I got him after lunch, pissed as a fart and well chatty. Told us Joanna was a real slapper, gave Ronnie a right song and dance. He confirmed that Ronnie married again, to Lorraine, who was inconsolable when Ronnie died. What made it worse is that financially he left her up shit creek. He had no assets at all. Her posh house in Hove got repossessed. She moved into a rented flat, and a year later, November 2002, she left a suicide note and jumped off the New Haven-Dieppe ferry. Any relatives able to verify her state of mind? I spoke to a sister who works as a hostess for BA. She pretty well confirmed what Klinger said. Oh, and she said she took Lorraine to New York as soon as flights were running again. They spent a week traipsing around with a big photograph of Ronnie, them and a million others. So she's convinced Ronnie died in 9/11.
No question. At a meeting in the South Tower with a guy called Hackcook. Everyone on the floor perished. Branson looked at his notes. You also asked me about this geezer Chad Skeggs? Yes. He was wanted for questioning by Brighton CID regarding an allegation of rape back in 1990. But at the time, it was decided it wasn't in the public interest to go to Australia and bring him back. I don't think we'll be seeing him in England again, not unless he's very stupid. Grace turned to DC Nickel. Nick? Well, it's quite interesting, actually. I did some digging and discovered Wilson had a life insurance policy of £1.5 million with the Norwich Union. Presumably his widow didn't know this. Oh, she did. They paid her in full in March 2002. When she was in distress in a rented flat. And there's more. In July 2002, 10 months after her husband died, Lorraine received $2,400,000 from the 9/11 compensation fund. With the exchange rate back in those days, that would have been worth close to £1.75 million, said Potting. So she died in abject poverty with over £3 million in the bank, said Bella. Allegedly. I checked the file. The investigators at the time weren't entirely convinced she jumped off the ferry. Nickel removed a sheath of documents from a folder. This is an HSBC bank account opened in Lorraine Wilson's name in March 2002. For the life insurance money, presumably, said Lizzie Mantle. Nickel nodded and laid out the statements in front of him, like a dealer in a card game. But this is where it gets interesting. The entire amount, £1.5 million, was withdrawn in different-sized chunks in cash over the next 3 months. Her sister was totally gobsmacked when I told her. She said Lorraine was relying on handouts from her. And what about the 9/11 payout? Grace asked. That went in July 2002. Same thing. Withdrawn in cash between then and a few weeks before she left the suicide note. And we've no idea what this money was used for? Lizzie Mantle asked. Well, we do have a bit of a pattern forming here, said Potting. Wilson's first wife inherits and ends up in a storm drain. His second wife inherits and ends up in the Channel. Grace nodded, deciding it was time to add his latest information, courtesy of Cassian Pugh. This may shed light on things. Last month, police in Geelong near Melbourne, Australia, found a woman's body in the boot of a car dumped in a river. Forensic estimate is she's been dead 2 years. The woman had breast implants, the serial numbers of which were traced to the Nuffield Hospital here in Woodingdean in June 1997. The recipient was Lorraine Wilson. So she, swam to Australia with £3 million plus in her bathing costume, said Branson. And that's not all. She was 4 months pregnant. The Australian police weren't able to find any DNA match on their records for the mother or a familial match for the father. But wonder if there might be anything on the UK national database. We're waiting to hear now. Seems like we have a problem, Houston, said Potting. Or a lead. The probable cause of death was strangulation. Lorraine Wilson's hyoid bone was broken. The same as Joanna Wilson's, said Nickel. So Ronnie Wilson's not done badly for a dead man, said Potting, managing to strangle his wife. Well, we don't have enough evidence to make that assumption. OK, so this is what's going to happen. If Lorraine spent £3 million in a few months, someone will know about it. Glenn, Bella, starting with the Clingers again, find out what the Wilsons spent money on. Did they gamble or buy a place abroad? Grace checked his notes. Tomorrow I'm flying to New York to see what I can find. Norman, Nick, you go to Australia. Potting looked pleased as punch. Following a dead woman's footsteps? And maybe, Grace had a hunch, following a dead man's too. Grace went straight from the briefing to his office and phoned Cleo, telling her he needed to finish off here, then go home and pack a bag. He'd been to New York on several occasions, a couple of them with Sandy, but the rest were for work. He always enjoyed visiting the city and was particularly looking forward to seeing his 2 NYPD friends, Dennis Blake and Pat Lynch. He'd met them when, as a DI, he'd gone there on a murder inquiry 2 months before 9/11. He doubted there were two men better qualified to help him find the truth about Wilson. He turned to his emails, replying first to a couple of urgent ones. Then there was a rap on the door, and Pugh came in.
"Roy, I'm hurt."
"Hurt? Why?"
"I heard you're sending Potting and Nickel to Melbourne."
"Yes."
"Well, what about me? I started this."
"Started it? What do you mean? All you did was take a call from Interpol. You're in charge of cold cases. I'm running a live inquiry." "Now fuck off and let me get on with my work," he wanted to say, but didn't.
"Roy, I think I should be one of the team going to Australia."
"You're better off deployed here. My call." Pugh glared at him.
"You might regret that, Roy."
Then he stormed out of Grace's office. Ricky sat in his van in darkness, back at the same cross-street vantage point opposite Abby's mother's flat where he'd waited earlier. The chill was seeping into his bones. Abby, though, was inside, in the warm, with her mother. About 2 hours ago, he'd picked up the signal from her new mobile when she'd made a call to her mother's new phone to test it and to give it her number. Now he had both their numbers logged. The intercept was beeping busily. Abby was phoning rest homes, looking for somewhere that would take her mother for 4 weeks until a room in the place she'd chosen became available. And whose money would be paying for it? He listened to her making appointments to see 3 places in the morning and presumed she'd leave her mother behind because the locksmith was coming. By the time he'd finished with her, it wouldn't be a rest home she was needing. It would be a chapel of rest. Ricky slept fitfully in the passenger seat so he didn't look like a drunk driver should an inquisitive policeman come by. At 6 a.m. he drove off in darkness in search of a workman's cafe, where he had some breakfast and was back at his post within the hour. How the hell had he got himself into this situation? He asked himself repeatedly. How had he let himself be duped? Oh, she'd played it so cutely, coming on to him, playing the horny little slut to perfection. But all the time she was pumping him so subtly for information. He'd made the mistake of telling her because he wanted to impress her. There was one thing in his favor, though. The world in which she was running was small. Anyone she went to with what she had would ask a lot of questions. He suspected she'd already begun to find that out, which was why she was still around. At 9:30, a taxi pulled up outside the flats. The driver rang the bell. Then Abby appeared, on her own. Perfect. She was going to her 3 rest home appointments, no doubt leaving Mummy under strict instructions not to answer the door to anyone but the locksmith. He watched the taxi drive off. He had plenty of time. But then, he wouldn't need very long at all. Stephen Klinger, a tall, lean man with greying, wavy hair, looked at his watch. "I'm afraid I have to be away in 10 minutes. "No problem, sir. We only have a few more quick questions." The Klingers' palatial house was partly faux Georgian, partly faux Greek temple, with a columned portico running along the entire front. A Filipina maid had ushered Branson and Bella into a high-ceilinged orangery, with a view across terraced lawns containing a swimming pool and tennis court. They were now seated in armchairs arranged around a marble coffee table. Branson gave Sue Klinger an appreciative glance. Early 40s, dressed in a brown brushed cotton designer tracksuit, she was in great shape. "Right, can I recap, sir? How long had you and Ronnie been friends?" "Oh, 30 years. We went back to our teens." "And were you aware that Joanna Wilson inherited a house which she sold shortly before her death? It netted approximately £175,000. We're trying to track down what happened to that money." "Well, probably went to pay off Ronnie's debts.
I liked the bugger, but he wasn't too clever with money. He always wanted to be a bigger player than he had the ability for.
Oh, that's a bit harsh, Steve. Ronnie had good ideas.
Sue Klinger looked at the two detectives.
He once invented a gizmo for extracting air from opened wine bottles. He was in the process of patenting it when that, vacuum van came out and cleaned up.
Yeah, but the vacuum van was plastic. Ronnie made his out of brass, stupid sod. Anybody could have told him that metals react with wine.
Did you have any idea, said Bella, that Lorraine also came into a substantial amount of money in the months before she, seemingly, ended her life?
Sue shook her head.
No way. Ronnie left her in a terrible mess, poor thing. I even lent her a few hundred at one point.
Well, this may come as a surprise, said Glenn, but the Norwich Union paid Lorraine over £1.5 million in March 2002. Their shock was palpable. Further, in July 2002, she received $2.5 million from the 9/11 Compensation Fund, all of which she withdrew in cash between then and her disappearance in November, said Bella. There was a long silence.
I don't believe it, said Sue. I simply don't. Could the Wilsons, or more likely Ronnie, have been blackmailed by anyone? Lorraine and I were very close, said Sue. I think she'd have, confided in me.
The way she confided in you about the $3.25 million, Glenn thought.
Oh, there is one thing, said Stephen suddenly. It could be Ronnie had taught her this. He liked to trade stamps for cash. Reckoned it was harder for the Inland Revenue to keep tabs on him.
Stamps?
What, you mean like postage stamps? Yeah, big ticket ones. 3 million would buy an awful lot of stamps, said Bella. Not necessarily. I remember Ronnie once showing me this one stamp, all in tissue paper, that he'd paid 50 grand for. Reckoned he'd a buyer who'd pay 60 for it. But knowing him, he probably got 40. Any idea where he did his trading? Well, he told me for smaller stuff he used a place called Hawks, down Queen's Road sometimes, and 1 or 2 places in London. Oh, yeah, and he talked about some big player in Dyke Road who deals from home. Can't remember his name, but someone in Hawks would tell you. It was Duncan Trout's first day on patrol as a fully fledged police officer. His girlfriend, Sonia, had given him a framed poster which read, "Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, will I fear no evil, for I am the meanest son of a bitch in the valley." In truth, he felt nervous of screwing up. At 10 a.m., the meanest son of a bitch in the valley was at the junction of Marine Parade and Arundel Road when his radio crackled. He heard the voice of Sergeant Morley. "All okay, Duncan?" "So far, Sarge." "Need you to check out a person of concern, a woman reportedly in an anxious state." He outlined the circumstances. Trout pulled out his brand-new notebook and wrote down Catherine Jennings and her address. "This has come down from someone high up in the brass, you know what I mean?" "Absolutely, Sarge. We'll attend now." The address was an 8-story mansion block. There was a builder's lorry as well as a van from a lift company parked in the street. At the front entrance, he stepped aside to let 2 men carry in a large sheet of plasterboard, then went in. There was an out-of-order sign taped across the lift, and 2 more men stood in the downstairs lobby. One was wearing a boiler suit with Stanwell Maintenance embossed on the breast pocket and a tool belt. The other, in his 60s, was in dungarees. "Gosh, you came quick," said the workman. The older man held up his old-fashioned mobile phone. "I only phone you, 1 minute?" "Phone me?" "About lift." "I'm sorry, you are?" "Caretaker." "Actually, I'm here on other business, but tell me the problem." "Simple," said the engineer. "The lift mechanism's been tampered with, sabotaged, and the alarm and lift phone, the wire's been cut." Now he had Trout's full attention. The PC pulled out his notebook. Yo, old-timer, you taken off yet? Grace, standing in his socks at Gatwick's South Terminal, watched his shoes appear on the conveyor belt on the far side of the scanner. Only my sodding shoes. It pisses me off. Have to remove more and more bloody clothes every time you fly. Because 5 years ago, some loony tried to set light to his laces. You all right, man? Your voice sounds muffled. Yeah, I'm fucking fine. Grace struggled to lace up his right shoe while keeping the phone wedged to his ear. Is this important? What do you know about stamps? First or second class? Funny. Listen, that cash, right? Lorraine Wilson's $3 million, I think she may have been buying stamps. Grace stopped tying his shoe, thinking back to the conversation he'd had with Terry Bigelow. You do? Yeah. Me and Bella have been with the Klingers. Stephen Klinger said it was a small world, the high-end stamp trade, like everyone knows everyone. Did he give you a list of local dealers? Some. Listen, Glenn, when you get any tight-knit group, they tend to close ranks to protect themselves, so go in and break their balls, understand? Yes, boss man. Have a nice flight. Give my love to the apple. Just down from the station, in Queen's Road, Hawkes had the kind of window display that never changed, full of boxed coin sets, medals, first-day covers in plastic envelopes, and old postcards. Branson and Bella hurried inside, out of hardening drizzle. Two women in their 30s who could be sisters were deep in conversation. Branson pulled out his warrant card. D.S. Branson, Sussex CID. We'd like a word with the proprietor? Yes, said the older one. What's this about? Do the names Ronnie and Lorraine Wilson mean anything to you? Ronnie Wilson? He's dead, isn't he? Yes, said Bella, not wanting to give anything away. Was he a big trader? Branson asked. You know, very rare stamps. Not here, no, we don't deal at the top end. We're high street retail, really, mostly small stuff. Did Lorraine Wilson ever come in? Yes, she did. We bought some stamps of her husband's not that long after he died. Not a huge amount, a few £100s worth. Tell me, if someone wanted to buy, say, several £100,000 worth of stamps, what would you do? Direct them to a London auction house or a specialist dealer? In this area? Well, there's only one person in Brighton, really, who deals at that level, Hugo Hegarty. You have an address? Yes, in Dyke Road Avenue. I'll get it. Abby sat in the back of the taxi, rereading a new text that had come in. It lifted her spirits. Remember, work like you don't need the money, love like you've never been hurt, dance like nobody's watching. She couldn't think of a quotation to text back, so instead she said, Soon. I can't wait. I miss you. It was after 1 as they pulled up outside her mother's apartment block. Abby looked round, checking for Ricky, but the coast seemed clear. The first 2 places she'd seen that morning were horrible, but the third, Bexhill Lawns Rest House, was fine, and best of all, had a vacancy. All she needed to do was throw a few things in a bag. Her mum mightn't like it, but she'd have to lump it for a few weeks. At least she'd be safe there. Abby had enough credit left on her card to see her through if she holed up in a cheap hotel somewhere. After that, she'd need to evade Ricky and get at her resources. She thanked God she hadn't yet transferred them to her safe deposit box. She let herself in the front entrance and walked along the corridor to her mother's flat. She'd rung her at 10:30 when her mother had told her the locksmith was there. Abby was dismayed to discover that her key still unlocked the door. More worryingly, she saw no sign of any workmen having been there at all. She hurried into the sitting room. To her astonishment, the carpet had been removed. The red carpet she remembered from her childhood. "Mom? Mom!" she called out, anxiously, in case her mother was in the loo. At that moment, her phone rang. She looked at the display. It was her mother's new number, her mother's voice, trembling. "Abby? Ricky wants to speak to you. I'm going to put him on. Please do exactly what he tells you." Hugo Hegarty was a dead ringer for one of Branson's favourite actors, Richard Harris. He had one of those craggy faces he found hard to put an age to, and could have been anywhere between mid-60s and late 70s. His unkempt white hair was long, and he was dressed in a cricket sweater and tracksuit bottoms. The detectives followed him into an orderly oak-panelled study. Branson noticed a row of thick Stanley Gibbons stamp catalogues lining the bookshelves. Hegarty perched on the edge of a crimson leather armchair. "So, how can I help you?" "You trade in valuable stamps, that correct, sir?" "Well, not so much now. The market's very difficult, but I still dabble a bit." "You did business with Mr. Wilson?" "A fair bit over the years. Ronnie wasn't the easiest person to deal with." "In what way?" "Well, to put it crudely, the provenance of some of his stuff was iffy." "You mean dishonest?" "Well, some of what he had I wouldn't buy at any price. I protect my reputation. I always say you can trade with someone 1,000 times, but you can only screw them once." "Mr. Hegarty, did Lorraine Wilson contact you after his death?" Bella said. Hegarty hesitated. "Yes, she did. She came to see me, let me get this straight, in 2002, I suppose, April, perhaps. She said her husband had left massive debts, every penny had been taken and their house repossessed. She was due some money from a life insurance policy and was scared about his creditors getting hold of that too, so she wanted to convert it into stamps, which she thought, rightly, would be easier to hide." "How much money?" Bella asked. "Well, the first lot was $1.5 million. Then she came into more from the 9/11 compensation fund." "And she converted it all into stamps?" "It sounds easier than it was. That kind of spending draws attention, you see. So I fronted the purchases for her, saying I was buying for an anonymous collector. It's not unusual." "Can you provide a list of the stamps?" Bella asked. "Yes, I can check my records." "And do you know any dealers or collectors in Australia?" "Australia? Australia, wait a minute now. There was someone Ronnie knew from Brighton who emigrated there in the 90s. Skeggs, Chad Skeggs. Operates a mail-order business from Melbourne. Still sends me a catalogue every now and then." "You ever buy from him?" Glenn asked. No, he's dodgy. Tucked me up once. Some pre-1913 Australian stamps I bought, but they weren't in anything like the condition he'd told me over the phone. When I complained, he told me to sue him. He knew it wasn't worth it. Couple of grand. Would have cost me more in legal fees." "Anyone else in Australia?" said Bella. "I'll give you a list." "Thank you, sir," said Branson. Then Hegarty leaned forward conspiratorially. "I don't suppose you can help me now. A couple of days ago I got flashed by one of your cameras along Old Shoreham Road. You couldn't have a word in someone's ear, could you?" "I'm afraid not, sir." "Oh, well, just a thought." "Where's my mother, you bastard?" Abby yelled into the phone before Ricky had a chance to speak. "Where is she?" "Your mother's fine, Abby. As snug as a bug in a rug, in case you were wondering where it had gone." "Ricky, I'm calling the police. I don't care about anything else anymore." "I don't think so, Abby. You're too smart." "I don't care anymore, okay?" "Oh, I think you do. You didn't do what you did on impulse. You planned this, you and Dave, didn't you?" "But this has nothing to do with my mother. Bring her back here and we'll talk." "No. You bring me everything you've taken and then we talk. I'll call you back." "No, wait." But he'd hung up. By his calculation, it would be 6:15 p.m. in the UK. Grace sent Cleo a text telling her he'd arrived as he stood waiting for the baggage carousel to start up. Next, he called Branson. "So, where are you? JFK?" "Newark, waiting for my bag." "All right for some. We've been hard at work while you've been swigging champagne and watching movies for 7 hours. I've been in cattle class, fighting off cramp, listeria and deep vein thrombosis." Man, it's tough at the top. Yeah, this is costing a fortune. What updates? Branson reported on their visits to the stamp dealers. So she converted the lot into stamps? Right, for portability and all the money laundering regulations. They have sniffer dogs at airports trained to smell cash, and $3.25 million cash takes space, but that value in stamps would take up just a couple of A4 envelopes. Any idea what she did with them? Not so far. We also went to see Lorraine's sister. What did she have to say? Quite a lot. First thing, she went to New York with Lorraine as soon as they could get a flight after 9/11. They went to Ronnie's hotel, the W. W what? That's its name. W's a chain. Anyhow, the thing is, his passport and airline ticket was still in the safe. So then they went to Pier 92, where the NYPD had set up a kind of bereavement centre. People were bringing things like hairbrushes so they could get the DNA to help identify the victims' bodies, or body parts. But at that stage, the police hadn't recovered anything that could identify Ronnie. Couple of weeks after they get back to the UK, though, Lorraine got a call. Ronnie's fire-damaged wallet and mobile phone were handed in by rescue workers digging in the rubble at Ground Zero. Photographs of them and the wallet's contents were sent to her so she could formally identify them. Which she did? Yep. Now I've got the best for you. You're going to love this. This afternoon, the lab came back with a familial DNA match on the fetus Lorraine was carrying. We've got the father. Who? Ronnie. Grace was silent for a moment, adrenaline surging. His hunch seemed to have been right. How good a match? Well, the chances of it being anyone else are too remote to be worth considering. Where did Ronnie's DNA come from? From a hairbrush his widow took to New York. The NYPD passed that profile back to us as routine, and it was entered on the national database. Which means either our friend Wilson left behind some frozen sperm, which his wife, who wasn't as dead as she appeared, had implanted, or... Me, I favour the or option, said Branson. The time on the phone's display read 18:30. Abby brought it to her ear. Yes, Ricky? Had a think, have you? Where the hell was he? Outside somewhere? She had to get away from here quickly. She was a sitting duck in this place. She tried to collect her thoughts. How's my mother? Fine. She's got no resistance. She could get pneumonia. I told you. She's snug as a bug in a rug. Abby didn't like the way he said that. I want to speak to her. And I want what you've stolen from me. Bring it back and your mum can go home. Can I trust you? Oh, that's rich, coming from you. She gambled. Look, what happened, happened. I'll give you what's left. I can only give you what I've got. You mean you've spent it? Not all of it. You callous bitch. I want it all. You'd let me kill your mother, wouldn't you, rather than give it to me? That's how much money means to you. Yes, you're quite right, Ricky. I would. Then she hung up on him. Abby ran into the bathroom and threw up into the sink. She rinsed the vomit away and washed her mouth, breathing deeply, terrified that Ricky was going to smash his way in at any moment. She had to remember why she was doing this. Quality of life for her mother. That's what it was all about. She had to keep hold of that. And think about Dave, waiting for the text to say they were good to go. She was one transaction away from giving her mother a future worth living. One plane ride away from the life she'd always promised herself. So she had to stand up to Ricky, show strength back. That was the only language a bully understood. And he wasn't stupid. He wanted everything back. There was no value to him in harming an elderly, sick lady. Please God. Then, terrified she was making a big mistake, she crept out of the apartment and up the fire exit stairs to the first floor. A few minutes later, from the phone in Doris's flat, she dialed a number. Hugo Hegarty? Speaking. Mr. Hegarty, I apologize for calling in the evening. I have a collection of stamps to sell. Yes? And what can you tell me about them? She described each stamp in detail. When she'd finished, Hugo Hegarty fell strangely silent. Sitting in his van, the rain drumming on the roof, Ricky was deep in thought. This place was perfect. A remote campsite he'd found on the internet, a few miles along the downs from Eastbourne, on the outskirts of Alfriston. It was in a large wooded field, half a mile up a deserted farm track. There was only one other vehicle on the site, a large camper van with Dutch plates, and he'd parked well away from it. He was deeply disturbed by the way Abby had hung up on him. He lit a cigarette and wound down the window. He was scared that the bitch meant what she'd said. How much had she spent? It was impossible she'd got through more than a few thousand on the run. No, she was bluffing. He finished the cigarette, tossed the butt outside, and closed the window. Then his nostrils twitched. Some unpleasant smell was coming from the inside of the van, getting stronger. The distinct, sour reek of urine. Oh, for fuck's sake, no. He snapped on the interior light and scrambled into the rear of the van. The woman looked ridiculous, her head poking out of the top of the rolled-up carpet like some ugly, hatching chrysalis. He pulled the gaffer tape away from her mouth. "Have you wet yourself?" Two small, frightened eyes peered at him. "I'm sorry. I'm incontinent." Sudden panic gripped him. "Does that mean you're going to do the other thing too?" She hesitated, then nodded. "Oh, great. Just great." As Branson reached his desk after the 6:30 briefing, his mobile rang. He recognized the voice at the other end. "Mr. Hegarty, what can I do for you?" "Well, the damnedest things happened. I've just had a call from a woman, sounded young and rather nervous. She asked if I'd sell a collection of high-value stamps she had. What she described is exactly, and I mean exactly, what I purchased for Ronnie Wilson back in 2002, less a few, which may have been sold off along the way." Branson absorbed the significance of this. "Are you sure it's not coincidence, sir?" "Well, they're mostly rare plates of mint stamps, several plate 11 penny blacks, a quantity of twopenny blues, plus a raft of other rarer stamps. One or two might be coincidence, but the same items, the same quantities?" "Yes, it does sound strange. Did you ask where she obtained them?" "Well, she said she inherited them from an aunt in Australia and was in a hurry to sell. She's coming tomorrow morning at 10 to show me them. I thought I'd ask a few discreet questions, then..." "Roughly what value would you put on these, sir?" "Well, total catalogue value at today's prices, we're looking at around 4.5 million. As a seller, that's what I'd be aiming to achieve." "She's coming to you at 10? "Yes." "What's her name?" "Catherine Jennings." "Did she give you an address?" "No." The DS thanked him and hung up. Then he pulled his keyboard closer, called up the serials log, and entered Catherine Jennings. Within seconds, a match came up. Grace sat in the back of the grey Ford Crown Victoria as they headed into the Lincoln Tunnel. A massive truck behind them was honking. Detective Investigator Dennis Baker raised a hand to the interior mirror and flipped him the bird. "Go fuck yourself, asshole!" Grace grinned. Dennis hadn't changed. "Jesus! What do you want me to do, for Christ's sake? Drive over the top of the dickhead in front?" Pat Lynch, in the front passenger seat, turned to face Roy. "Good to see you again, man. You're looking younger. You must be in love." "That wife of yours, she never turned up, right?" Dennis asked. No. He'd rather not talk about Sandy. "Hey, we worked out a program for you." "Yeah. Now we're working for the DA, we're happy to run you around." I appreciate it. We've booked you into the Marriott Financial Center in Battery Park City. Figure that'll be a good base. You'll be able to see the work going on at Ground Zero, Dennis added. All brand new now. Yeah, but you know they're still finding body parts. People got no fucking idea. Found some last month on the roof of the Deutsche Bank building. Right. Can you believe they got refrigerated trucks with 20,000 unidentified body parts inside? 20,000! Suddenly, Grace's phone rang. Grace, yo, old-timer, where are you now? On top of the Empire State Building? In a traffic jam. Okay, well, another development. Does the name Catherine Jennings ring a bell? Grace thought for a moment, then remembered. The name Kevin Spinella had given him, the woman in Kemptown. What about her? She's trying to sell Ronnie Wilson's stamps, now worth around £4 million. Branson repeated what Hegarty had told him, then added, There's a serial on Catherine Jennings. Yeah, mine. Grace fell silent. Spinella had said Jennings seemed agitated. Would having £4 million worth of stamps make you agitated? Grace reckoned he'd be feeling pretty relaxed, having that kind of loot. So what was she agitated about? Something definitely smelled wrong. Glenn, put surveillance on her at Hegarty's house. When Grace ended the call, he leaned forward. Guys, do you have someone who can put together a list of stamp dealers here? You starting a new hobby? Just stamping out crime. Oh, shit, man, said Pat. Your jokes don't get any better. The air stewardess was going through the safety demonstration. Near the rear of the 747, Norman Potting leaned over to Nick Nickel, seated next to him. Load of rubbish, this safety stuff. The young DC, who was terrified of flying, turned his face away to avoid the full blast of Potting's bad breath. He was thinking about his wife and small son. He might never see either of them again. The brace position. You know what they don't tell you? Nickel shook his head. The thing they don't tell you is the brace position helps preserve your jawbone intact. Makes identifying victims from their dental records much easier. Thanks a lot. And as for the life jacket, that's a laugh. Do you know how many passenger airliners in the entire history of aviation have ever made a successful emergency landing on water? How many? 0. Zilch. Nada. Not one. Potting turned the page of the men's magazine he'd bought in the airport. Whoa! He had it open at a nude centre spread. Hope we find a few like her in Melbourne. I fancy that Bondi Beach. Norman, Bondi Beach is in Sydney. 2 hours after she'd put the phone down on Ricky, Abby took a taxi from Brighton station and got out close to her flat. Keeping to the shadows, she turned into her street and saw, under a streetlight, Ricky's rental Ford. Maybe he was in her flat. She doubted that. All the windows were dark. So where was her mother? Where had the bastard taken her? Abby cursed her own stupidity for leaving her so exposed and was bitterly regretting hanging up on Ricky, realizing she hadn't thought it through properly. Ricky knew she'd be the first to panic, not him. But he would have to call her. He'd have to make contact. A frail, sick old lady was not the prize he wanted. She crossed the street to the entrance and pressed the bell of Hassan, the Iranian banker 2 floors below her, hoping he was home. She was in luck. Hi, it's Catherine from flat 82. I've forgotten my key. Could you let me in? There was a sharp buzz. She pushed the door open and climbed the stairs. When she reached her landing, she went to the fire reel fixed to the wall and unwound the hose. After 5 loops, she saw the set of spare keys lying where she'd hidden them. She rewound the hose, pushed open the fire door, and quietly opened her own. She went to the shower room, switched on the light, and opened the door to the tiny utility room. On the shelf were her tools. She pulled down a hammer and chisel and took one last proud look at her handiwork, the skills she'd learned from her father. Then she placed the chisel blade against the grout between two tiles halfway up the wall and hit it hard. Then again. Within minutes, she'd removed enough of the tiles and could reach into the false wall behind them. Her fingers touched the protective bubble wrap, which she'd carefully wound round the A4 jiffy bag before putting it there the day she moved in. The landlord wouldn't be too impressed with the damage to the wall, but that was the least of her problems. She packed her suitcase for the second time this week with everything she thought she might need, then looked up cheap Brighton hotels on the internet. When she'd made her choice, she phoned for another taxi. 2nd of November, 2001. Lorraine lay in bed, wide awake. The sleeping pills the doctor had prescribed were about as effective as a double espresso. The bedroom television was on, the shitty little portable that hadn't been repossessed by the bailiffs. There was an old film playing, McQueen and Dunaway playing chess in a swish pad with moody lighting. She and Ronnie used to play games, she recalled, in those early years. Strip chess, strip Scrabble. Never again. A wave of grief flooded through her. And then, to her utter terror, she suddenly saw her bedroom door opening. A figure was coming in, a tall black shadow. A man, his face inside a cagoule hood, was striding towards her. She scrambled back in the bed in terror. She tried to scream, but a hand was clamped over her mouth. And she heard Ronnie's voice. "It's me. Lorraine, it's me, babe. I'm okay." He took his hand away and tossed back the hood. She snapped on the bedside light and stared at a ghost who'd grown a beard and shaved his head. "Ronnie? It is you." "Course it's me, you daft cow." "They said you were dead." "Good. I am." "But they sent me pictures. Your wallet, your phone." "Brilliant. Fucking great. They found them." His reaction confused her. Was he joking? I can't believe it. How did you survive? Why didn't you call? Were you hurt?" "It's a long story." He kissed her. "We need to talk." PC Duncan Trout felt a little less self-conscious this morning, his second day as a fully fledged police officer. Turning into Lower Arundel Terrace shortly after 9, he decided he'd pay Catherine Jennings another visit in the hope of catching her in. He'd read on the log before setting out that a fellow officer on the evening shift had tried her twice at 7 p.m. and 10, with no luck. He walked down the pavement, checking the parked cars for signs of vandalism. Then, shortly before reaching the front entrance of number 29, he noticed, on the opposite side of the road, a clamped Ford Focus. He crossed over. There could be all kinds of innocent explanations. Someone who hadn't realized these streets required residents' parking permits was the most likely. Or it could possibly be an abandoned stolen car. To him, the biggest significance was its location, close to the flat of the woman who'd seemingly disappeared, if only temporarily. He radioed in for a PNC check on the car, then crossed back and rang Catherine Jennings' doorbell. As before, no answer. Then his radio crackled into life. The Ford was a rental registered to Avis. He considered this new information. There just might be a link to Catherine Jennings, however small the odds. So he radioed his immediate superior, Sergeant Brown, reported his concerns, and asked if someone could contact Avis. "It's probably nothing, sir," he added, concerned not to make a fool of himself. "No, you're quite right to check. No one's going to chew you out. Good police work comes from the smallest details." Trout continued on his way. 30 minutes later, the sergeant radioed back. "The car's rented by an Australian called Chad Skeggs, Australian licence, lives in Melbourne. Mean anything to you?" "No." "Me neither." All the same, Sergeant Brown decided to log it on the serial. Just in case. Abby sat on a large leather sofa in Hegarty's study while the dealer, at his desk, scrutinized each stamp with an enormous tortoiseshell-rimmed magnifying glass. There was something about the man's demeanor that was making her feel uncomfortable. Dave had told her to bring them here, that Hegarty was the dealer who'd give her the best price and ask fewest questions. She had a bad feeling about him, though, that she couldn't put her finger on. She was so tired it was hard to think straight. She'd been wide awake throughout the night, listening to the endless seafront traffic a pebble's throw from her hotel window. Buses, trucks, sirens, a car alarm that kept going off. She ticked off each long hour, waiting for Ricky to call, trying to imagine the distress her mother was in. She needed to sell the stamps. The sooner she banked the money, the better her bargaining position with Ricky would be. It had been a mistake to wait. She should have sold them as soon as she arrived in England. But Dave had wanted to wait until they were sure Ricky had no idea where she was. That strategy had backfired badly. Suddenly, Hegarty's phone rang. "Hello?" His voice suddenly sounded stiff and a little awkward. He shot a glance at Abby. "Hold on a sec, would you? I'll take this in another room." Branson, sitting at his desk, phone to his ear, waited. "Sorry, Sergeant," said Hegarty after a couple of minutes. "The lady's in my office. I presume this is about her." "It could be, yes. I happened to be checking this morning's serials, the log of everything that's reported, and came across something. Yesterday you gave us a name, Chad Skeggs?" "Yes." "Well, we've just had a report that a vehicle rented by an Australian of that name has been seen opposite the flat where Catherine Jennings lives." "Oh, really? How very interesting. Do you think there's a possible connection, sir?" "I would certainly say so, Sergeant, in the way you might connect rotting fish with a bad smell." 3rd of November, 2001. During the early hours of the morning, as Lorraine lay awake, listening to Ronnie snoring, her joy and relief started turning to anger. Later, at the breakfast table, she rounded on him. Why had he put her through all this suffering? Surely he could have made one phone call. "Couldn't take the risk, babe. I had to know you were acting the grieving widow." "Oh yeah, I started acted that all right. I should get a bloody Oscar." "You're going to deserve one by the time we're through." She lit a cigarette and inhaled deeply. "And you're talking about waiting a year? Tell me again, what money's going to come in? We're talking about 3.25 million? "Yeah, give or take, and tax-free, for 1 year of pain." She sat still for some moments. When she finally spoke, there was a tinge of awe. "You're unbelievable." "I'm a survivor." "That's why I love you. Why I've always believed in you." He kissed her. "The first thing we'll have to do is get it out of the country. And you." He went into the hall and returned with a knapsack. From it he removed a brown envelope, which he put on the table. "I'm not Ronnie anymore. I'm David Nelson. And in a year, you won't be Lorraine." Inside the envelope were 2 passports, one Australian. Its photograph was a barely recognizable one of herself. Her hair, cut short, was dark brown, and she'd been given glasses. The name said Margaret Nelson. "Margaret? I have to be Margaret?" "Yes." "For how long?" "Forever. And Nelson's classy." She shook the second passport out of the bag. "What's this?" "For when you leave England." In this photograph, she had grey hair, looked 20 years older, and the name was Anita Marsh. "I worked it out. The best way to disappear. People remember good-looking women. Little old ladies are almost invisible. When the time comes, you buy 2 tickets in advance on the Newhaven Dieppe ferry for a nighttime crossing. One in your name, one in Anita Marsh's. and you book a cabin in Anita's name. Okay? You leave a suicide note. You can't bear life without me, you're miserable, life sucks. Then you get on the ferry as Ronnie Wilson, looking as beautiful as you can. Make sure people see you. You dump your bag with a change of clothes in the cabin and go to the bar. You start drinking, giving the impression you're sad, and when you're out in mid-channel, you tell the barman you're going on deck. Instead, you go to the cabin and transform yourself into Anita Marsh with a wig and old lady clothes. Then you drop your clothes and passport over the side. Lorraine stared at him in astonishment. In Dieppe, you take a train to Paris, rip up your Anita Marsh passport and buy a plane ticket to Melbourne as Margaret Nelson. I'll be waiting at the other end. We can start again. Live life in the sun. You thought of bloody everything, haven't you? Yeah. He pointed at the envelope. There's something else in there for you. She pulled out a slim cellophane bag. Inside was an assortment of loose stamps. To tide you over. There's a 1911 Somerset House £1 worth about 1,500 quid and an 1881 1 penny you should get 500 for. There's about 5 grand's value in total. Take them to this guy I know, Hegarty. I was a good customer. He'll give you the best price. And when the big money comes through, he's the best guy to convert it into stamps. And he knows nothing? God, no. But in Australia, I've got an old mate I can trust. He'll convert the stamps back into cash, no questions asked. Who? Chad Skeggs. Lorraine looked at him. He seemed different from before he'd gone to New York. And it wasn't only the beard and the shaven head. Something else seemed to have changed. He seemed more assertive, harder. October 2007. Sorry about that. Hegarty sat back down behind his study desk. Then he looked at the stamps again. Well, these are excellent. A substantial collection. Abby smiled. Thank you. And you're looking to sell? Yes, the catalogue value's just over 4 million. Yes, that's about right. But no one's going to pay you catalogue prices. Anyone who buys these will want a margin. Can you explain in more detail how they came to be in your hands? You said last night you were clearing out your aunt's house in Sydney? Yes. What was your aunt's name? Anne Jennings. And do you have anything that shows chain of title? What do you need? A copy of her will? Perhaps you could get her lawyer to fax it to me. And how much would you pay? With kosher claim of title, around 2.5 million. And without? Cash on the nail, now? He shook his head. Not the way I operate, I'm afraid. I was told you were the man to see. No, not anymore. Look, young lady, I'll give you some advice. This collection's too big. People are going to ask questions. Break it down. Take one plate to one dealer, another plate to another. Maybe go abroad. Sell them quietly over a couple of years. That way you won't pop up on any radar. He gathered up the stamps carefully and slipped them back in their protective sheets. Gutted, Abby said, Can you recommend any UK dealers? Well, let me think. He reeled off several names, which Abby wrote down. And, of course, there is someone else springs to mind. Who? I hear Chad Skeggs is in town. She couldn't help it. Her face turned beetroot. Then she asked if he would call her a taxi. Hegarty saw her to the door, and she couldn't think of anything to say other than, It's not what you think. That's the problem. With Skeggs. It never is. When she'd left, he phoned Branson again to give him the name of the woman's aunt, Anne Jennings. Anything he could do, anything at all to get one back on Skeggs would not, in his view, be enough. Abby opened the taxi door and shot a bleak glance up and down Dyke Road Avenue. She saw a British telecom truck a short distance away, which looked as if it were doing some repair, and a small blue car parked partially on the curb a short distance further on. But no sign of Ricky. She climbed into the back of the taxi and pulled the door shut. "Grand Hotel?" the woman driver checked. Abby nodded. It was the wrong address, which she'd given Hegarty deliberately, not wanting him to know where she was staying. She'd bail out before there. Then her phone rang. It was her mother. She sounded deeply distressed. "Abby, I've got to get my medication, please. Please, you shouldn't have taken them. It's wrong." The call terminated. Abby stared at her phone, expecting a call from Ricky, but it remained silent. "Bastard! You bastard! Bastard! Bastard!" Ricky was too bloody smart. He knew she wouldn't be able to sell the stamps easily, and that therefore she almost certainly still had them all. Her plan to palm him off with a small cash payment, telling him that she'd transferred the bulk to Dave, was out of the window now. And she had to stop her mother's suffering, even if that meant giving Ricky pretty much everything. Then she had a thought. She leaned forward. "Do you know any local stamp dealers?" "Oh, there's Hawks in Queen's Road, and one in the Lanes, I think, down Prince Albert Street." "Queen's Road, that's nearest." Abby reached inside her coat, retrieved the jiffy bag, and shuffled through the stamps. She pulled out a block of 4 with Maltese crosses, also some featuring Sydney Harbour Bridge, then replaced the rest. A few minutes later, standing outside Hawks, Abby noticed a small blue car passing. It looked very similar to the one parked near Hegarty's house. Or was she being paranoid? Inside the shop, a woman was seated at a desk, reading the local newspaper. "I have some stamps I'm interested in selling," Abby said, and handed them to her. The woman put the paper aside. "Oh, nice. Haven't seen any of these Sydney Harbour ones in a while." As the woman started to examine them carefully, Abby glanced at the front page of the Argus. The headline read, "Second murdered woman linked to 9/11 victim." Then she saw the photographs and froze. The smallest showed a beautiful but hard-looking blonde. The caption read, "Joanna Wilson." The largest photograph showed another blonde woman in her late 30s with something slightly bling-looking about her. Her name was Lorraine Wilson. But it was the photograph of the man in the centre that Abby stared at. Then she read the story. The body of a woman found near Melbourne, Australia 5 weeks ago has been identified as that of Lorraine Wilson, widow of Brighton businessman Ronald Wilson. Abby felt as if someone had suddenly dimmed the lights inside her. She read on. The skeletal remains of Joanna Wilson, 29, Wilson's first wife, were discovered in a storm drain in central Brighton last Friday. Interesting story. The woman nodded at the paper. I knew him. He was in the trade. Abby barely heard the woman's words as she offered her £2,350 for the stamps. She took the money in £50 notes and crammed them into her pocket. Abby walked into the street in a daze. Then her phone started ringing. Yes? It was Ricky. She could barely hear him as traffic roared past. Wait! She ducked into a shop. Sorry, what did you say? I'm worried about your mum. She needs her medication. I'll get it. Tell me where to bring it. It's not that simple. She didn't like the way he said, not that simple. She had a sudden, terrible panic that her mother was dead. She began crying, couldn't help it. The shock of what she'd read, and now this. She was out of her depth. Please, Ricky, tell me, is she all right? No, she's not all right. But she's alive. For the moment. He ended the call. No, please. She stood leaning against the door of the shop, tears stinging her eyes, almost blinding her, but not so much that she didn't see the car drive past slowly. 2 men inside. The one in the passenger seat, on his phone, looked at her as they drove past. Both had short hair, military types, or police types. Was she under surveillance? She stared in every direction, then sprinted north, ducking down an alley past a row of stinking dustbins. Across the next street, she saw another old alley running up between houses. She shot a glance over her shoulder, but could see no one following, so dashed into that narrow space, her brain racing. She knew this area like the back of her hand, because for a time she'd lived near the 7 Dials. She headed uphill, keeping to the back streets, checking behind her constantly, but saw nothing that bothered her. Then she went into a newsagent's, bought a copy of the Argus, and reread the entire story. It filled in the gaps in Dave's past. The silences, the evasive answers, the changing of the subject every time she brought it up, and the remarks Ricky had made, testing her on how much she knew about Dave. How much did Ricky know? She walked on, feeling scared, not only for her mother, but for the whole future. Life's a game, Dave liked to tell her. This had all started as a game. Some game. Life's not about victims, Abby. It's about winners and losers. She walked along a street with the railway track visible beyond railings, continued down stone steps, along a short tunnel, and up to the ticket office of Preston Park Station, a small commuter station, busy in the rush hour, deserted at most other times of the day. The police were less likely to be here. Suddenly, her phone beeped. She hoped it was a message from Ricky. It wasn't. It said, "Silence is golden, kiss." She thought for some moments, then replied, "Problemo, kiss." Then she studied the timetable, working out a route that would get her to Eastbourne, avoiding Brighton Station, and then to Gatwick Airport, which was now part of the new plan, crystallizing in her head. The hotel manager of the W had had little to add to what Grace already knew, other than, for what it was worth, Ronnie Wilson had watched a pay-per-view porn movie at 11 o'clock on the night of September the 10th. And none of the 7 stamp dealers they'd so far visited had recognized either Wilson's name or his photograph. Dennis now stopped the Crown Victoria in front of a no parking sign outside another shop front. Its awning, in elegant black with white lettering, read, "Abe Miller Associates, Stamps and Coins." Dennis shoved a cardboard sign, crudely stenciled "Police," under the windscreen, then the 3 of them went into the premises. The interior, panelled in dark, glossy wood, reminded Grace of a gentleman's club. There were black leather armchairs, thick carpet, and a strong smell of furniture polish. A tall, hugely overweight man in a well-cut 3-piece suit materialized through a concealed door in the panelling. "Good morning, gentlemen. I'm Abe Miller. How can I help you today?" Dennis and Pat showed their shields and introduced Grace, who showed him the photographs of Wilson that he'd brought. He was in New York around the time of 9/11. He saw a glimmer of recognition in Abe Miller's face. "Yes, I've seen him. Let me think. You know, I'm pretty sure I remember this guy. You know why? He was the first person in here after 9/11. His name's Wilson, Ronald or Ronnie. That doesn't ring a bell, but let me check." He disappeared through the hidden door and returned a minute later, holding an index card. "Right. Wednesday, 12th of September, 2001. I bought 4 stamps from him. Each of them an Edward, £1, unmounted, mint. Perfect gum, no hinge. Paid $2,000 each. I got a bargain. You said Ronald Wilson?" "Yes." "Nope. No, sir. Now, the name he gave was Nelson. Yep, David Nelson." "Did he give you an address or phone number?" No, sir, he did not. Back on the street, Grace called Branson, who sounded excited. We have a development. Tell me. I said earlier we'd lost Catherine Jennings, right? She gave the surveillance team the slip. Well, get this. An hour ago, she walked into John Street Police Station. Says her mother's been kidnapped, a sick old lady, a guy's threatening to kill her, and the man she's accusing is Chad Skeggs. Shit. Thought you'd like it. So, what's happening now? I've sent Bella to bring her here. Okay, well, call me as soon as you've spoken to her. What time are you flying back? I'm leaving at 6 tonight, 11 your time. Branson's voice changed suddenly. Old-timer, I might need to crash at your place tonight. Ari's doing her tank. I didn't get home until midnight last night. Tell her you're a police officer, not a fucking babysitter. You tell her. Want me to call her? Put her on? The key's in the usual place, Grace said hastily. Abby's phone remained silent. It was 3 hours since she'd heard from Ricky. She stared bleakly out of the railway carriage window, clutching the plastic bag into which she'd scooped all the medicines she could find in her mother's bathroom and bedroom. Large clouds scudded across the sky. It was a fine, blustery autumn afternoon, the kind on which, in another life, she used to love walking along the seafront. There was a time, somewhere back there in her childhood, when she'd felt content. Was that before she had started going with her father to the big houses he worked in? Before she saw there were people who had lives that were different? Was it then, her personal tipping point? To her left, as the train headed back to Brighton, she could see the soft hills of the Downs. She had a sick feeling in her stomach. She'd eaten nothing all day, but a short while ago she'd drunk a Coke on Gatwick station platform. She was too knotted up for anything more. They entered Clayton Tunnel. She listened to the roar of the train exploding off the walls, saw her own pale reflection staring back in the window. When they emerged back into light, she saw to her dismay that she had a missed call. Shit. Then it rang again. It was Ricky. I'm not sure your mother's going to survive much longer, Abby. Ricky, where are you? I'll come to you, meet you anywhere, give you everything you want. Yes, I know you will. We meet tomorrow. Tomorrow? No fucking way. I have to get her to hospital. We'll do it when it suits me. You've inconvenienced me quite enough. The train was slowing, approaching Preston Park. For God's sake, you callous bastard, this is a sick old lady. She hasn't harmed you. We meet tomorrow. You'll need to hire a car. I'll phone you in the morning. He ended the call. The train jolted to a halt. It was 4:15. As Abby left the station and walked to the taxi rank, she called a number, one she called earlier, the one stamp dealer in the city whose name Hegarty had omitted to give her. Southeast Philatelic. It's Sarah Smith. I'm on my way over. All Nick Nickel wanted was a good night's sleep. His problem was that it was 8:30 in the morning and he was in the back of a blue Holden police car in brilliant sunshine heading toward downtown Melbourne. His taciturn colleague, Detective Sergeant Troy Berg, drove in silence, but Detective Senior Sergeant George Fletcher, in the front passenger seat, seemed well briefed. OK, we've made a start on the lines of inquiry. First, we have a David Nelson arrived in Sydney from Cape Town on 6th of November 2001. His date of birth puts him at the right age. Did he give an address? Potting asked. Well, he came in on an Australian passport, so we didn't require that information. We're checking if he has a driving licence and any vehicle registered in his name. It will also tell us his last known address. He could be anywhere, couldn't he? Yes, Norman, said Nickel. But we know he had one friend, Chad Skeggs, in Melbourne, so there's a good chance he came here and might still be here. That's a valid point. We've something else. Lorraine Wilson committed suicide on 19th of November 2002, correct? Allegedly. Well, 4 days later, November 23rd, a Mrs. Margaret Nelson arrived in Sydney. Could be nothing, but the age on her passport's about right. We'll take you out to the Barwon River where the body was found. The car had false number plates and its serial numbers filed off, but you might want to see it. We have it in the pound. That sounds good, but I want to start with Chad Skeggs. We're going there now, said Berg. A short while later they crossed the Yarra River and entered a busy downtown area. Berg turned into a narrow shaded street and parked outside a shop. Its bay window was filled with stamp and coin displays. Inside, behind the glass-topped display counter, stood a skinny youth with bleached blonde hair and a large gold earring. Fletcher showed him his ID. Mr. Skeggs in? No, mate. He's away. Potting showed him a photograph of Ronnie Wilson. You ever seen this man? Nah, mate, nah. What's your name? Said Fletcher. Skelter. Barry Skelter. OK, Barry, these gentlemen are from England, helping on a murder inquiry. You understand? OK, right. Withholding information is perverting the course of justice. In a murder inquiry, that carries a minimum of 5 years, but you could be looking at 10 to 14. You clear about that? Can I see that again? Potting showed him. You know, now I come to think about it, there is a resemblance to one of Mr. Skeggs' customers. David Nelson? Yeah, of course, David Nelson. But he's changed a bit since these were taken. You get my drift. All the way. Now, let's drift along to your customer address book, shall we? Outside, afterwards, Potting turned to Fletcher. It was brilliant, George. 10 to 14 years, is that right? Shit, I don't know. I made it up. For the first time since he'd set foot in Australia, Nick Nicol smiled. Unlike the gloomy interview rooms down at the Central Police Station in John Street, the room at Sussex House in which Branson sat with Bella Moy and a very distressed-looking Catherine Jennings felt bright. It had red upholstered chairs and a bland coffee table. You happy for this to be recorded? Branson asked, nodding up at the 2 wall-mounted cameras. It's standard procedure. Fine. I think I ought to clarify my real name's Abby Dawson, not the name I gave you. Why a different name? Bella asked. Look, my mother's in terrible danger. Can't we go through that later? We need all the facts, Abby. Why the name? Because I came back to England to escape from my boyfriend. I thought a different name would make it harder for him to find me. I was wrong. Okay, said Glenn. Tell us everything we need to know about you, your mother, and the man you say has kidnapped her. Abby pulled a tissue from her suede handbag and dabbed her eyes. I was left a collection of stamps. I didn't know anything about them, but by coincidence I was going out with this guy, Ricky Skeggs, in Melbourne, who was in the rare stamp and coin business in a big way. Is he connected to Chad Skeggs? Same person. Chad and Ricky are both derivatives of Richard, said Bella. I didn't know that. I asked Ricky to look at them and tell me if they were worth anything. He took them away, then a couple of days later gave them back to me. He said a few individual stamps were worth something, but most were replicas of rare stamps, collectible but not valuable. He said he could probably get a couple of $1,000 Australian for the lot. Okay. Branson felt he was getting a rehearsed performance, not something from the heart. Did you believe him? I didn't have any reason not to. Except I've never been a very trusting person. It's in my nature. So I made photocopies of the stamps before I gave them to him. The ones he gave back all looked the same, but there were subtle differences. I confronted him, and he told me I was delusional. Smart you made the copies, said Bella. Anyhow, Abby sipped some coffee. The way he acted made me very uncomfortable. I knew he was lying. So some days later he was blasted on cocaine, he snorted all the time, and crashed into a deep sleep. On his computer I found several emails to dealers around the world offering stamps, clearly mine, for sale. Did you confront him? No. He'd once boasted to me that stamps were a great way of laundering money and transporting it around the world. They were easy to conceal, and even if you got stopped, most customs officers wouldn't have a clue there was any value to them. The best place to hide stamps, he said, was inside a hardback book, so I simply searched his bookshelves and found them. Bella smiled. Branson watched Abby's face. This wasn't the whole story. There was something she was omitting. So, what happened then? I did a runner. Took the stamps, packed a bag, flew to Sydney and made my way to England. And why didn't you go to the Melbourne police? Because he scared me, and he's clever. I was worried he'd spin them a story and get the stamps back, or that he'd come after me and hurt me. He'd already hurt me once. Glenn and Bella shot each other a glance, remembering Skeggs' history in Brighton. And I needed the value from them badly. My mother's extremely sick. She's got multiple sclerosis. I need to pay for her to be in a home. If we don't do something quickly, she won't survive. She won't. Abby buried her face in her hands. Then Branson said, Did you ever meet someone called David Nelson? Nelson? She frowned, then shook her head. The name rings a bell, though. I think Ricky may have mentioned him. Branson nodded. She was lying, he thought. And the stamps, they're here now? Yes. Where? Safe. Under lock and key. He nodded again. Now she was telling the truth. The plane landed at Gatwick at 5:45, 25 minutes early, thanks to a tailwind, as the captain proudly reported. But a delay at the baggage carousel meant it was 6:40 before Grace, who felt like shit, lugged his bag through the green passport channel and headed down to the bus for the long-term car park. Standing at the stop, he dialed Branson for an update. His friend sounded strange. Roy, are you going home? No, straight in. What's new? The DS brought him up to speed, firstly with a progress report from Potting in Melbourne. Nelson had gone from his flat. Potting and Nickel were now doorstepping all his neighbours in the hope of finding out more information on him. Then Branson moved on to Catherine Jennings. She was awaiting a call from Skeggs to arrange their meeting for the handover. Branson had 2 surveillance units on standby. What about the firearms unit? We've no intelligence. Skeggs aren't. You okay, mate? You sound strained. Branson hesitated. Actually, it's you I'm worried about. Me? Well, your house. What do you mean? Did you stay there last night? Yes, thanks. Grace wondered if his friend had broken something. His precious antique jukebox, maybe, which Glenn was always fiddling with. Roy, it may be nothing, but when I was leaving, I could swear I saw Joan Major driving down your street. Joan Major? Yeah, she drives one of those little Fiat MPVs. It was curious that Glenn should see the forensic archaeologist driving down his street, but hardly any big deal. Or maybe she does a school run in the area. No, I doubt it. She lives in Burgess Hill. Maybe she wanted to see you. What time did you leave? 6:45. At that time in the morning, you don't pop around to someone's house. If it's urgent, you use a phone. Yeah. Grace told him he hoped to be in time for the briefing, but when he reached his car, he decided that provided the rush hour traffic wasn't too bad, he'd dash home first. At 8 o'clock, when her phone finally rang, Abby had been ready for a good 2 hours. Where would they meet? In a multi-storey car park? A city park? Shoreham Harbour? Could she trust the police? What would happen if he saw them and panicked? Could she trust him to deliver her mother back at all, if she was still alive? She pressed the button to answer. Grace stared in disbelief as he drove down his street. He recognized Joan Major's silver Fiat parked outside his house, but it was the vehicle in the drive that astonished him. One of the Sussex Police Scientific Support Branch vans. Also in the street was a brown Ford Mondeo, one of the CID pool cars. He leaped out of his car, ran into the house and through to the kitchen. When he looked out of the window into the rear garden, the sight that met his eyes defied belief. Joan Major and 2 SOCO officers were walking up his lawn. The forensic archaeologist was holding a 5-foot piece of electrical equipment in the shape of a canoe paddle, supported by a shoulder brace and with a display screen in the centre. One SOCO was peering intently at the screen, while the other wrote on a large pad. Stunned, Grace unlocked the rear door and sprinted out. "Hey, Joan, what are you doing?" Joan Major's face reddened. "Oh, Roy, I assumed you knew we were here." He nodded at the equipment. "What's that?" GPR. Ground Penetrating Radar." Then he saw one of the few CID officers he really didn't like, striding across his lawn, chewing gum and holding a document in his hand. His name was Alfonso Zaffaroni, an arrogant young DC with a serious attitude problem. "Morning, Detective Superintendent." He held up the paper. "Search warrant. For my garden. And the house, too, sir." "Is this some joke? Who the fuck's responsible for this?" Zaffaroni smiled. "Detective Superintendent Pugh." Pugh was sitting in his office when his door burst open. Grace came in, put both his hands on the desk, and glared at him. "How dare you, how fucking dare you humiliate me in front of my neighbours and the entire force? Calm down, Roy, let me explain. Calm down, I'm going to cut your fucking head off. Is that a threat? Yes, you creep. I don't appreciate the tone, Roy, and I don't appreciate SOCO officers with a search warrant crawling over my home. Fucking stop them right now. I'm sorry, but following my interview with your late wife's parents, I'm not comfortable that her disappearance has been investigated as thoroughly as it should have been. Her father had quite a bit to say. Really? Did he tell you his father was in the RAF during the war? Yes, actually. Did he tell you about the bombing sorties his father went on? Oh, in some detail. He flew on dam busters missions. Extraordinary man. Yes, and Sandy's father's extraordinary too. He's a complete fantasist. His father was a fitter, not a gunner. He was never in 617 Squadron. He never flew. Grace stormed back out, crossed the corridor, and marched straight into Chief Superintendent Skerritt's office. "Jack, I need to talk." "What about?" "Pugh. Wasn't my choice to bring him here." Grace was aware that Skerritt disliked the man almost as much as he did. "So, what's the problem?" Grace told him. When he'd finished, Skerritt shook his head. "He did this behind your back?" He looked at his watch. "Are you going to your briefing?" "Yes. Come and see me straight after. I'll speak to him now." As Grace left the office, Skerritt picked up the phone. At 9:15, Abby drove the black Honda diesel off-roader she'd rented on Ricky's very specific instructions up the hill to Sussex House. On the passenger seat was the plastic groceries bag she'd put her mother's medications in. Also inside it was a jiffy bag. Her suitcase was back in her hotel room. She pulled up in front of the massive green steel gate and phoned Branson, who told her he'd be right out. When he appeared, the gate slid open. She drove through and parked in front of a row of wheelie bins. The DS held the door open. "You okay?" She nodded. "You'll be fine. You're a strong lady." "What if he sees you?" "He won't, unless we think you're in danger." "If anything goes wrong, he will kill her. He's that spiteful. He'd do it for the hell of it." "We understand. You have the stamps?" She lifted up the carrier bag to show him. "Didn't want to risk leaving them in your car in a police station," he grinned. Wise decision. Cassian Pugh was in Skerritt's office when Grace returned after the briefing. The two men avoided eye contact. Cassian realizes he made an error of judgment, Roy, said the chief superintendent. The team has been instructed to leave your house. Grace shot Pugh a glance. The man didn't look as if he regretted anything. But this wasn't the moment to start a slanging match. He needed to get away from here and into position for Abby Dawson's rendezvous, which was set for 10:30. Jack, I'm not happy, but can we come back to this later? I have to get going. Actually, I was thinking it might be good if Cassian came with you. He could be invaluable in the current situation. I'm correct, aren't I, Cassian, that you're an experienced hostage negotiator? I am, yes. Grace could hardly believe his ears. God help the poor sodding hostage, he thought. I also think it would be good for Cassian to see how we operate down here in Sussex, to observe how one of our most experienced officers handles a major operation. Skerritt looked at Grace, and the message couldn't be clearer. But Roy was in no mood for smiling. Abby threaded the car along the winding road that climbed steadily between vast fields of stubble. She gripped the steering wheel hard, feeling the gusting wind buffeting the car. The tiny microphone on her chest, held in place by gaffer tape, was pulling uncomfortably on her skin with every movement she made. But D.S. Branson and his colleagues would hear her every word. All she had to do was ask for help, and they'd move in, he'd assured her. In front of her, driving slowly, was a car, an elderly maroon Alfa Romeo with two men inside. She followed it round a bend and saw a road sign ahead. Town Centre, A259 straight on. Seafront, Beachy Head, right. She followed the Alfa to the right and glanced at her watch. 10:25. She was worried she'd be late. Then her phone rang. She answered it on the in-car speaker which the police had given her so they could hear any conversation. Yes? Where the fuck are you? A few minutes away. It's not 10:30 yet. At 10:30, she goes over the fucking edge. Ricky, I'll be there. You'd fucking better. Suddenly, to her relief, the Alfa pulled over into a lay-by. She increased her speed. Inside the Alfa, Grace watched the black Honda accelerate up the winding road. Pugh, in the front passenger seat, said into his secure phone, Target 1 has gone past, 2 miles from zone. The voice of the local Silver commander, the senior officer running the operation, replied, Target 2 has made contact. Proceed to position 4. Proceeding. Pugh looked at the Ordnance Survey map on his knees. OK, move. Grace put the car in gear, and Pugh checked the transmit button was off. Roy, I was only doing it to protect you, you know. From what? Innuendo. There's nothing worse than suspicion in a police force. Bullshit. Do you honestly think I'd have buried my wife in my back garden? That's why you were having it scanned, wasn't it, for her remains? I was having it scanned to end speculation. I don't think so, Cassian. Abby drove up the headland. To her right was grassland, ending in chalk cliffs and a vertical drop to the English Channel, one of the sheerest, highest, and most certain drops in the British Isles. Half a mile away on her left, at almost the highest point of the headland, she could see a building. As she got nearer, she saw the red-tiled roof, flint walls, and the sign, Beachy Head Hotel. The place looked deserted. There was a glass bus shelter with a blue and white sign, The Samaritans, always there, day or night, with 2 phone numbers. Beyond was an orange and yellow ice cream van, and further on a British Telecom truck. 2 men in hard hats and high-visibility jackets were working on a radio mast. 2 small cars were parked by the rear of the hotel. She turned left and pulled up in the car park. The car was rocking in the wind. Her phone rang. Well done,
Scenic route, isn't it?
Where's my mother?
Where are my stamps?
I have them.
I have your mother. Now, I'm going to stay on the line. Drive out of the car park, turn right, and in 50 yards you'll see a track to the left, up to the headland. Take it. She did what he said and made the turn, the car lurching on the bumpy surface. Then they were on grass. She realized now why Ricky had instructed her to rent an off-roader. To her right, she saw a warning sign. Cliff edge. You see a clump of trees ahead? There was a dense copse about 100 yards in front of her, on a downward slope at the cliff edge. Yes. Stop the car, but leave the engine running. We're in here. I have the rear wheels right on the edge of the cliff. Do anything I don't like, and I'm releasing the handbrake. Do you understand?
Yes.
Okay. And listen carefully. Get out of the car and leave the door wide open. Bring the stamps and walk 20 steps toward me, then stop. I'm going to take the stamps and get into your car. Your mother is in the van. Now this is where you have to be very careful. By the time you get there, I'll have looked at the stamps. If I don't like what I see, I'm driving straight to the van and I'll give it one hard nudge over the edge. Are we clear?
Yes. You'll like what you see.
Good. Then we won't have a problem.
Without moving her head too much, in case he was watching through binoculars, Abby glanced around her. But all she saw was bare, wind-blown grassland, a small brick observation point containing empty benches, and a few solitary bushes. So where were Branson's people? He'd assured her they'd be close. They were well concealed, all right. She couldn't see a soul. But they were listening, she thought. They'd have heard his threat.
Now, get out of the car and do what I told you.
She grabbed the jiffy bag, pushed open the door, then climbed out. The wind was strong. A gust almost blew her over. She walked 20 paces. There was movement in the copse. Then Ricky appeared, wearing a heavy fleece jacket, striding towards her. Held his hand out to take the bag.
About fucking time.
He snatched it greedily from her. As he did so, with all her strength and all the pent-up venom she felt for him, she swung her right foot up as hard as she could between his legs. Air shot out of Ricky's mouth. His eyes bulged in pain as he doubled up. Then Abby slapped him across the face with so much force he fell over sideways. She launched another kick at his groin, but he grabbed her foot.
You fucking...
Then he stopped as he heard the roar of an engine. He stared at the ice cream van bumping up the track towards them, while behind it 6 police officers in stab vests raced from the hotel.
You bitch!
Ricky scrambled to his feet and, clutching the stamps, stumbled towards the Honda. Abby ran toward the cops. Through the trunks, branches and leaves, she could see the white van. Blinded by pain and fury, Ricky threw himself into the Honda, jammed it in gear, took the handbrake off, closed the door, and accelerated hard, steering straight at the cops. At this moment, he didn't care if he went over the edge too, just so long as the bitch's mother went. Teach that fucking bitch a lesson. Then, a blur of colour flashed in front of him. Ricky stamped on the brakes and jerked the steering wheel sharply to avoid the ice cream vehicle, which pulled up broadside across the copse. The Honda slewed round in a wide arc. Then he saw 2 cars he'd assumed belonged to hotel staff racing across the grass, blue lights strobing behind their windscreens, sirens wailing. He floored the accelerator again, dropped down a steep embankment, and lurched onto the firm tarmac of the road. To his dismay, he saw blue lights racing toward him from the right.
Fuck! Shit! Fuck! Shit!
He swung the wheel left. The only door on the old rusty van not obstructed by shrubbery was the driver's side. Abby pulled it open anxiously. Her nose wrinkled at the rank smell of feces, tobacco, and unwashed people. "Mum! Mum!" She hauled herself onto the front seat. The van rocked in the wind. "Abby? Is that you?" Abby craned her neck over the seat and in the gloomy rear saw the tiny, frail figure of her mother, lying on the floor, rolled up in the carpet, her head poking out, still in the pink floral dressing gown she'd been wearing when Abby had last seen her. She climbed over and felt her mother's forehead. It was hot and clammy. "Mum, you're safe now. You're okay. I've got your medication. I'll get you to hospital." Cassian Pugh lowered his phone. "Target 2 is in Target 1's car, alone, coming this way." Grace started the engine. Both men had their seatbelts unfastened, which was common practice on surveillance. Grace thought they should put them on now, but as he reached for his, Pugh said, "I see him!" Grace could too, a quarter of a mile away, driving fast down the twisting hill. He swung the Alpha sideways, blocking both lanes of the narrow road. Ricky, clenching the wheel tightly, saw the Alpha in front of him. He stamped on the brakes and slammed the Honda into reverse. As he did so, he heard the wail of sirens. 2 police Range Rovers were racing towards him. Tires screeching, he made a 3-point turn and accelerated hard, back the way he'd come. In his rear mirror, he saw the Alpha take off after him, with the Range Rovers closing in behind it. But he was more interested in what was in front of him, specifically, what was in the cops. Even if the ice cream van was still in front of it, a sharp nudge from the side would do it. Then he'd take the abandoned coach road, now just a grassed-over cart track through fields. The police wouldn't have thought about that. Grace quickly caught up with the Honda, then sat yards from its tail. Suddenly, it veered sharply right, off the road and up onto the grassland that separated the road from the cliff edge. Grace did the same. A whole bunch of vehicles and people were ahead of them now. Pugh turned up the radio volume. A voice said, "Target 2 may be coming back for the van in the cops. Cut him off. Target 1 is in there with her mother." Pugh pointed through the windscreen. "That's where he's heading, Roy." Target 2 was accelerating. Grace dropped down a gear and flattened the accelerator. The Alpha shot forward. On his outside, barely inches from the door, was a flimsy-looking railing at the cliff edge. Then the railing ended, leaving only shrubbery to mark a completely unguarded drop. The cops and the ice cream van were looming up rapidly now. Suddenly, the Honda swung to the right, banging hard into the Alpha's passenger side. Pugh let out a shriek. The Alpha lurched perilously close to the edge. The heavier Honda nudged them again, even closer to the edge. "Roy!" Pugh squealed, holding on to his unfastened seatbelt. The cops was now no more than 200 yards away. They were boxed in. Grace floored the accelerator. The Alpha shot forward and cut in front of the Honda sharply. Then, with the intention of hiding the fact that he was braking, he yanked the handbrake full on. The effect was dramatic, and not what he'd expected. The Alpha started to slide sideways, and the Honda slammed into the rear wing, sending it barrel rolling side over side. The force of the impact sent the Honda veering to the left, out of control. It ploughed into the ice cream van. Grace felt himself hurtling through the air. He landed with a thump, jarring every bone in his body, rolled over several times, then finally came to a halt, face down, in wet grass, for an instant not sure if he were alive or dead. There was a brief moment of silence. Then he heard a terrible scream. He scrambled to his feet, swaying giddily. The bonnet of the Honda was embedded in the destroyed rear end of the ice cream van. 2 police officers were pulling on the door. Then he heard the scream again. And where the hell was his car? Oh, no. Jesus, no. He heard the scream again, coming from below the cliff top. It was Pugh. He staggered to the edge. All his life he'd suffered from vertigo, and the sheer drop to the sea below was more than he could look at. "Help!" Grace dropped onto all fours and crawled to the edge. He looked down to the underside of his car, which was tangled up in several small trees, nose into the cliff, tail out, wheels still spinning. The first part of this drop was a short, steeply wooded slope, ending in a grassy lip about 20 feet below. Then it dropped down sheer for several hundred feet onto rocks and water. "Help! Oh, God, help me, please!" But Grace couldn't see the man. "Cassian, where are you?" "Underneath. Roy, help me. Please, I'm going. Oh, God, I'm going." The sheer terror in the man's voice jolted Grace into action. He leaned down, gripped a branch, and, hoping to hell it would hold, swung himself over the edge. His leather shoes slid down the wet grass. His arm jerked painfully in its socket. The only thing stopping him from sliding all the way down to oblivion was this one branch. He could feel it pulling free. Panicking, he found another branch. Then, clinging to it while the wind blasted at him as if trying to prise him off the cliff, he dropped further. "Don't look down," he thought. He found another branch. Now he was level with the grimy, buckled chassis of his car. It was rocking like a seesaw. "Cassian!" Suddenly the branch gave way. He was falling, sliding down past the car toward the sheer drop. He grabbed another branch with his left hand and clung onto it for dear life. To his relief, it was sturdier. He heard Pugh scream again, saw his car above him, rocking precariously, and Pugh suspended upside down from the passenger door, his feet well entangled in his seatbelt, which was all that prevented him from falling. Grace glanced down and immediately wished he hadn't. He was right on the edge of the drop. Water pounded the rocks. He felt the dead-weight pull of gravity on his arms, the savage, relentless wind tearing at him. One slip. Just one slip. Panting, terrified, he started to kick out a toehold in the wet, chalky soil with his right foot. Pugh screamed again. "Roy! Get me out of here!" Grace kicked with his left foot, digging that in too. He first had to save his own life. He was no help to either of them dead. After a short while, with both feet planted, he felt a little better. "Roy! I'm falling! Oh, God, please don't let me die!" Grace craned his neck up. He could see Pugh's face about 10 feet above him. "Keep calm. Try not to move." Then he heard a loud crack. The car lurched. It dropped several inches. Shit! The fucking thing was going to crash down on top of him. Gingerly, inch by inch, he pulled his radio out and called for assistance. He was given reassurance that it was already on its way. A rescue helicopter was being crewed up. Oh, Jesus, that would take an age. He looked up again. The car was rocking. The branches were straining, cracking, breaking. How much longer would they hold? Pugh was squirming like a hooked fish. "Cassian, stop wriggling! Keep still!" Another fierce gust blew. Grace clung to the branches, his jacket filling with wind, pulling like a sail. "Don't let me fall, Roy. You won't let me die, will you, Roy?" "You know what, Cassian?" Grace shouted back. "I'm actually more concerned about my bloody car." Grace sipped some coffee. It was Monday morning, the 8:30 briefing of Operation Dingo. He had sticking plaster on his forehead, covering a gash which had required 5 stitches, blister pads on the palms of both hands, and there wasn't a bone in his body that wasn't hurting. "Someone said you're going to be tackling Everest next, Roy," quipped one of the DCs present. "Yes, and Detective Superintendent Pugh's applying for a job as a circus high wire act," Roy replied, unable to keep the smirk off his face. But deep down he was still very badly shaken, and there wasn't a lot to smile about. Fine, they had Skeggs banged up, Abby and her mother were safe, and, by a miracle, no one had been seriously injured on Friday. But that was all a sideshow. They were investigating the murder of 2 women, and their prime suspect could be anywhere by now. using yet another identity. New identities didn't seem to be a problem for Ronnie Wilson. "Well, Bella and me," said Branson, "got some thoughts." "Okay, tell us." "We interviewed Skeggs extensively on Friday and Saturday. We also took a statement from Abby and returned her stamps, which we recovered from Skeggs' vehicle. I took the precaution of copying them first, so we've a record. She signed the paperwork agreeing to produce the stamps as an exhibit if necessary and not to dispose of them." "Good thinking," said D.I. Mantle. "Thank you. Now, here's the thing. Bella and me feel we're getting from Abby only what she wants us to hear, and I'm not happy about her story, that she inherited the stamps from an aunt in Sydney, name of," he flipped through his notes, "Anne Jennings. We're getting that checked, but it doesn't tally with what Skeggs said. A principled man who always tells the truth. Yeah, I'd trust him with my last £5 note. But there's a connection to Ronnie, I'm certain. That's what this is all about." Grace nodded for him to go on. "Skeggs was effing and blinding about Abby having stolen his stamps, so I asked him if that was the case, if he wanted to press charges for theft. He went all quiet then. Said he'd have problems demonstrating title to them. Then at one point he blurted out that Dave Nelson had put her up to this. But we couldn't get any more out of him on that. That's why we've had to let Abby have the stamps back. Until there's evidence that a theft has taken place here or in Australia. That's very interesting. So if Nelson, Ronnie Wilson, did put her up to this, it's very significant. Well, we'll keep pressing Skeggs, but his brief's keeping him well bottled up." "What about putting surveillance on her?" D.C. Bountwood suggested. "Nah, that's too costly. We'll put out an all ports on her. David Nelson may well have left Australia. If he's any sense, he won't risk showing his face in England. My bet, therefore, is Abby'll go to meet him somewhere. If so, we'll follow her." It was one of those all-too-rare autumn days when England looked at its very best. Abby stared out of the window at the manicured gardens and the low morning sun. The Bexhill Lawns rest home was more expensive than the home she'd originally budgeted for, but hey, who was counting the cost now? Besides, it was a joy to see her mother looking so happy here. She seemed a new person now, as if somehow all she'd been through had strengthened her. Abby walked across to her as she sat on the sofa in the large, well-appointed room, filling in one of her competition forms. "What are you trying to win?" "A fortnight for two in a luxury hotel in Mauritius." "Mum, you don't have a passport." "I know, dear, but there's an alternative cash prize." Abby sat on the sofa, putting an arm around her frail shoulders. "I'd love you to get a passport when I get settled somewhere." "And have me cramp your style?" "Oh, you wouldn't." Mary Dawson put down her pen, took her daughter's hand with her own bony, liver-spotted fingers and squeezed it. "Abby, dear, if you ever become a parent, always remember one thing. First you give your children roots, then you give them wings." An hour and a half later, Abby pulled a suitcase up the escalator into the Gatwick arrivals area. Then she deposited it at the left luggage storage. Carrying only her handbag and a carrier bag, inside which was the jiffy bag that Branson had returned to her on Saturday, she walked to the EasyJet ticket counter and joined a short queue. In his office, Grace was reading through a wodge of faxed reports that had been sent from Australia. They still had no lead, however, on where Ronnie Wilson was. He looked at his watch, 1:20. Then his phone rang. It was Bill Warner, in charge of Gatwick Airport CID. "Roy, you have an alert out on a woman, Abby Dawson, also known as Catherine Jennings?" "Yes." "Well, she's just checked in on an EasyJet flight to Nice, leaving at 3:45. "Oh, brilliant! Bloody brilliant! What do you want us to do?" "Have her tracked, but it's vital she doesn't know she's being followed. I want her to get on the flight, but I need some officers there with her and some support in Nice." "Well, leave it with me. I take it we're interested in who she might meet? Spot on. Thanks, Bill. Keep me informed. Grace punched a fist in the air, then called Branson. So when do I see you again? Tell me when. Soon. How soon is soon? She lay on top of him, their naked skin running with perspiration from their exertions in the morning heat. Her small round breasts pressed into his chest, and her eyes gazed into his, nut-brown eyes, filled with mischief. She was savvy, streetwise, a piece of work. A very rich piece of work. Oh, wow. He'd lucked out big time with this one. She was everything he'd fantasized about, but with a whole lot more. About $25 million more. Turned out her husband had had a nightclub chain which she'd inherited when he died scuba diving. A tourist on a jet ski had chopped his head off. How soon? How soon? Now she was pummeling his chest with her tiny fists. He brushed her jet-black hair away from his face. She was so pretty and had a great body. He'd come to appreciate slender Thai girls during his month holed up in Pattaya Beach, waiting for Abby to give him the signal that she was on her way. Which left him with a problem, although not too big a problem. He'd already started tiring of Abby. When had that begun to happen? Perhaps after her first assignments with Ricky. She'd looked like she'd enjoyed them, which made him realize what she was capable of. A woman who'd do anything to get rich. Luckily, he was one step ahead. Okay, he'd fucked up twice before. Water hadn't served him well. Something had gone wrong with the damned Brighton storm drain, and who the hell could have predicted the drought continuing in Melbourne? Fortunately, there were plenty of cheap boats for hire in Koh Samui, and the South China Sea was deep. 10 miles out, there was no chance a body was going to fetch back on the shore. He kissed Farah. Not long at all. I'll promise. When she stepped away from the EasyJet desk, instead of following the signs for departures, Abby headed back to the main concourse toilets. Having locked herself in a cubicle, she removed the jiffy bag from her carrier bag and shook out the contents, an assortment of stamps, some loose, some in sheets. The receipt for £142 from the dealer Southeast Philatelic, which she'd visited 2 weeks ago. Most of the sheets were only replicas of the ones Ricky had wanted so badly, but several sheets and individual stamps were genuine and looked old enough to impress the layman. And she'd rightly placed D.S. Branson into that category. She flushed the stamps and receipt down the toilet, then removed her jeans, boots, and jacket. Out of the carrier bag she pulled a long blonde wig, the sundress, and cream linen jacket she'd bought a couple of days ago, and a pair of Marc Jacobs sunglasses. At 1:35, she walked back to the left luggage area and checked out the suitcase she'd deposited there 2 weeks ago. She unlocked and removed a bubble-wrapped jiffy bag. Then she shoved the carrier bag with her discarded clothes inside and locked it. Suddenly, her phone beeped. A text. Can't wait to see you tomorrow. Just a few hours now. Kiss, kiss. She smiled. There were 2 more things she had to do. She checked that the ID on her phone was not set to reveal her number, then dialed the number that Branson had told her to use if she couldn't reach his mobile. Incident room, DC Boutwood. Abby put on her best shot at an Australian accent. I have information on Ronnie Wilson. He'll be at Koh Samui Airport waiting to meet someone off Bangkok Airways Flight 271, due in at 11 a.m. local time tomorrow. You got that? Bangkok Airways Flight 271, Koh Samui, 11 a.m. local time tomorrow. Who's calling, please? Abby hung up. Then she tapped out her reply to the text she'd received. True love doesn't have a happy ending, because true love never ends. Letting go is one way of saying, I love you. And she did love him. Loads. But not 4 million quid loads. And not with this habit he had of killing the women who delivered money to him. She wheeled her case to the check-in area, found the British Airways section, walked to a business-class desk, and handed her passport and ticket to the woman behind the desk. Sarah Smith, I'm on flight 309 connecting to Rio de Janeiro. Thank you, madam. Is the flight on time? Yes, it looks fine. Nice holiday? Grace asked. Very funny. I only saw the beach from the plane window. Meant to be beautiful, Koh Samui. It was humid as hell, pissing with rain, and I got bitten on my leg by something. It's swollen right up. Branson swigged some coffee. You want to see, you bastard? No thanks. What time did you get in? 6:45. So, how's the prisoner? Did Wilson say anything? Actually, he wanted to talk a lot. I get the feeling he's had enough of running. He's been in hiding for 6 years. That's why he agreed to come back with us. I'll tell you something, he's well furious with Skeggs. At some point he gave Skeggs this parcel of stamps to sell and Skeggs tried to screw him. Wanted 90%, otherwise he'd shot Ronnie. But Skeggs had one weakness. He had the hots for Ronnie's bird, the one he shacked up with after his wife, in his words, buggered off. In the boot of a car. Exactly. And the bird was Abby Dawson. You're sharp this morning. I've had a night's sleep. So, Ronnie uses her as a honeypot, gets her to shag Skeggs and nick the stamps back. Am I on the right track? You're on the monorail. So, do you think Abby still has the stamps? For sure. Hegarty is 100% certain the stuff you photocopied is rubbish, and I've been thinking about that. That's why she kicked Skeggs in the bollocks. Branson frowned. I'm not with you. The reason she kicked Skeggs was because she needed time. She knew it would only take him seconds to realise she was handing him rubbish stamps. She went for him in order to bring us in. She set him up. Branson nodded. Clever bitch. She is. The two detectives sat in silence for some moments. Glenn drank some more coffee. I hear Pugh's applying for a transfer. Grace smiled. Back to the Met. Good luck to him. So, this woman, where is she now? Probably on a tropical beach somewhere, downing a margarita and grinning her head off. She was. The margarita was one of the best she'd ever drunk, sharp and strong. The hotel barman had added the right amount of Cointreau and had salted the rim to perfection. She loved the view from here, lying on the lounger on the white sand beach, staring out across the bay. She put her book down and took another sip. In a few minutes, she might have another swim. In the sea, the hotel's vast pool. Such tough decisions. Enjoying the book? The woman on the lounger next to her asked suddenly. Abby had noticed her earlier, asleep, with a copy of The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy on the white table beside her. Yes, I am. But most of all, I'm a big Douglas Adams fan. Me too. Abby took another sip of her drink. Oh, they make the world's best margaritas here. Maybe I should try one. I only arrived today, so I haven't sussed out what's what yet. Oh, it's paradise. Seems it. Abby smiled. I'm Sarah. Nice to meet you. I'm Sandy.